Hi, chat. Hello. The only question is if that volume good for a pig step comes on. Probably not. But right now it's too quiet for this song. It is on shuffle, right? Okay. Easiest way to test whether that's too loud for a pig step is to do this. Okay. You'll have to tell me if that's an okay volume or if I need to just turn it down a little more. Okay. Let me make sure my Minecraft audio is unmuted. Okay, it is. It's funny, I did that cat sound, oh, I can put the tail on this. I did the cat sound test, the bot in chat, and, can't, because there's a, Okay, you're gonna need to move over. Scooch. Don't know that that entirely lines up, but that's okay. Dun, dun, dun. We're gonna do. There we go. What other skeleton thingies do we got here? Yep, those are pots. The sheep fossil skull can go there. I'm not gonna put the villager one up, it's fine. Cool. I want to have an archaeology space where I have actual like things set up for that later. Oh look, I got a jelly cat. I don't know if I had one already. But I was sheep shearing the other day and not sheep shearing. Leaf shearing. I was shearing leaves for the cave project, the dragon, and I decided to get some of the cats that were in the village. So I've been working on a thing. I don't like that shape, we're gonna fix that. Been working on a thing, and it's an idea I had at least to start with. Was the reason I was going to build a tower here. I have since decided not to tower, but I think I'm gonna need more of that stone stuff. So nice thing about working on that cave project with dragon is I now have a ridiculous amount of stone to work with. Would have been polished stone. There we go. So we're gonna take this down and try again because I don't like how it turned out. But we're gonna take this center bit down rather. Let me turn that back on. Wait, I had the idea for this originally to be a tower. I've since then decided that the tower is not what I want to do. I want to actually hold the project for specific other reasons. Which I think I'm going to keep to myself, however. Well, as to myself as they already are. However. Ah, I missed. I'm excited for them, and I'm excited for the plans I have made. And it sounds like the person I told them to is also excited, so. Is that so? Really? Is somebody home? Yeah? Hmm. Well, why don't you go by the front door and wait for them? Yeah? It might also just be someone walking past. Come here, boo-boo. You need to calm down. What's going on? If it's Mama home, you should go to the front door and wait for her. If it's not Mama, you need to stop making all that racket. Okay. Do. Missed a piece of gold like a dang it. So yeah, I got a bunch of leaves. Was it yesterday I did that? It might have been yesterday. I don't remember. Probably. So we'll have at least possibly to do some more custom trees in Dragon's Cave. I don't think we're actually doing that tomorrow. But I've got it all ready for when we do it. Okay, let's try this again. Let me pull up the reference image I have, because that will help me do what I wanted to do. Dun, dun. Okay, there we go. Okay. So honestly, gonna take this up because it's not going to involve that. I'm also just gonna take this. Hi, Prelude! Nice! A 95 stream streak. Let's go. Okay. So... let me pull out... blocks in question here. Now... not quite. Okay. Because the thing is... this needs to be wider than it is deep. It's not very... it gets rounded, but it's not going to be rounded. Ooh, do I have... well, this is chipped, so that's going to be the problem there. Vertical slab. Do have a stone vertical slab I could try putting here. Is that going to be a stone cutter? Might as well just make some and then see. Well, could work. Though I could just make this out of stone completely. Instead of the polished stone. Yeah, it's not cohesive. it's not the right texture. But that's gonna also be funny. Let me look and see what walls we've got. It's like, where's my polished stone wall? Why doesn't that exist? Excuse me. Stone wall does exist. So I may make some of that just to see. Gravel brick wall? There's gravel bricks? Actually, hold on. Do I have any of those made? I think I do. I have those. I have these. If I just go stone for a second. Skystone chest. Cool. Wonder what that does. Wait, there's more options for stone in the alchemy bench? Oh, there's a lodestone in the alchemy bench. Never mind. I was like, hold on. What? What? Ooh, gilded blackstone. I need to get myself some gilded blackstone. Ooh, some mossy stone. Mossy cobblestone. Do I have any? Mossy. Yeah, I should do. Do I add moss to this? The grass isn't green. Do I add moss to this? There's a wild tink-a-tink in chat if anybody wants to catch it. Or blocks, then you know what to do with. Well. Oh, right, there are stone dripstones. I didn't even realize I could just do that. I thought I had to find some of them. Okay, so that's a chipped thing. Mental note. I need to use that for Dragon's Cave. I probably should just make some so that I remember that I have it. It's what I've been doing for things like that, but yeah, right now I'm just trying to like remind myself what my options are. Modern stone brick walls. Okay, that could be useful. Okay. Okay, I can probably make that. Yes, I'm yawning. I'm fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I have coffee. It will fix everything. Dripstone won't be in here.
First 86 Prelude cheered Dex 35.
Thank you, Prelude, for the 35 bits. It's a cute dog emoji. Emote? Whatever. Oh, goodness. Okay. Try that. What? Hold on. Linked blocks. Redstone linker. Linked receiver. That feels like that might be important at some point. Which mod is that? Redstone links. Oh, cool. I'll make. Oh, is this not the version of that where I can... Hold on. Do I have to find it? I can't craft it? How's that going to work? Alright, whatever. Not my problem. Because I am not actively trying to do that right now. I can always look up the mods later. Okay. Okay, so that's a no for this part. I have an idea where that might be useful. I mean, that's cool and all. Doesn't really work for what I was going for though. And that's just very much not the same color. Same color, same texture. Same difference, really. Okay, I'm assuming I would honestly do a lot of this out of andesite, but I used a bunch of andesite for the rest of it. Yeah, there's too much of a difference texture there, so I would have to go full stone if I'm going to do that. Alright, let's see what I can do with what I have, and then we'll go from there. Though, wait. Hold on. Do I have enough? Probably. What are my options for tough? Like the walls, but it might be a needed color shift. Yeah. Like, can I do this with tough? Tough walls. Oh, that's funny. We've got 2 recipes for tough walls. What I really wish is that Chipped had slabs and stairs. At least slabs. Come on. It's alright. Okay. So what do I want to do? Okay, let's just toss all of this in here. Because it'll get out of my inventory that way. There's stone bricks, but there's not. So if I put this here. Yeah, that's gonna not necessarily work. What if it's just tough, though? What if it is just made out of tough? Because I can do all the inscribey bits possibly with that. But the smooth stuff will look better with the inscribey bits. But do I need inscribey bits? You see the problem here? It's the fact that I haven't made my mind up on what exactly this looks like. Okay. Let me go over here and double check that I have all the tough things that I have. Oh, because aha, I thought so. Where is it? Oh no, that's cobblestone. Okay. Because while I have most things in my backpack, oops. I don't have all the different versions I have crafted of everything in my backpack because that would be crazy. And honestly, my inventory would be too full. I don't have the space for it, so it doesn't happen. There's a dripstone. I'm gonna go with it's probably this table. Okay, I'm gonna do this so that I remember that exists. Okay. So I have all the stuff I have tough already. Okay. Did I have? Oh, that could work. Let me just see. Oh, right, because chipped will be the only do the vanilla block. Ow. Uh, So what's this? Oh, I have one of those, right? Yeah. Okay. 1 second, chat. My foot's asleep. Oh, my leg's asleep. So I'm going to stay up for a minute. Eee. We must have been sitting on it a little bit more funny than normal. Okay. I'm going to try playing standing up. It's not going to work as well. But I can still do it. Okay. The real question is, should I do the shape and then try to figure out whether... Well, this is kind of figuring out the shape is the problem, right? Because it would be nice if I could do walls there. I could do 3, 3. Like so. Probably gonna need at least 2 or 3 tall. Yeah, that looks more like what I wanted it to look like. It's a little bit of a softer edge. I could in theory continue doing the walls in the next bit, and I might do that at the top to narrow it. Oh goodness. I have coffee, so I won't be yawning for very long. Well, I mean, I'll be yawning, but I'm not tired per se. It just okay. Is it back down?
Hello there.
Hi, Mossy.
Shadow Mazzy just resubscribed for 43 months.
That delay was perfectly timed. Hi. 43 months. Woo! Does that mean Dragon's at 42, or is Dragon still at 41? Because Twitch be weird like that. This button. Alright, let's... gonna have to make more of that. So here's gonna be that problem. Not sure he's a bit later because gift timing. Yeah, I know. Like I said, Twitch be weird. Okay. I don't know if that picks up on the mic, but yes, people are texting me. Because I have my phone up and I actually hear it. Okay, now the real question is... That's gonna look fine, I think, with a 2 here, but I'm worried if I do this, I don't think... Actually, no, I think that does work. Okay. Anybody know where I can find a bunch of tough really fast? Because apparently I'm gonna need at least probably a couple more stacks than I have. You might have some? Okay, noted. Like, I don't know how big this obelisk doohickey marauder is going to be. But I have a feeling I am low on what I'll need for it. Okay. At what point do I take it in? Taper it off is the real question. So we're gonna do this bit first, actually. You okay? Yes, he's fine. Da, 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 da. Okay. I need to Have my phone open for a reference photo, and is that big enough? I mean, I guess I can make it as big or not big as I want. Like, that's up to me. I feel like it's probably fine. It's fine. Because I think this is all I have. But yeah, let's do another 3. Well, I know where a bunch of calcite is. Oh, Mousy, can you get that? I'm gonna switch playlists because this music is not playing the music I need to play. There you go. Oh, do you not see the... I got it. I'll not use... Wait, why don't you see that? Oh, is it because it's using private blocked terms? Maybe. I get it. I ban it. And... port. Interesting. I'll have to see what's going on with that after stream. Automod held something. You didn't see them at all? That's weird. And I didn't even have... Well, I probably because I didn't have time. Because I didn't get to it in time, but I couldn't deny it either. Okay, let me pop a reminder to myself in here. Check. Terms, settings. They may have changed something. I don't know. Because that's weird that you didn't see that at all. That feels like it's a glitch. Hi, Nomi. You see all the mod things you think? Oh, you know what else? Right, it's sub. Okay, hold on. Let me fix that. There.
Hello there.
That should fix it.
Clarify 1190
Yeah, I gifted my
gifted
own bot a
stream
sub.
elements a
Shush.
subscription. Clarify 1190 gifted a tier 1 sub to stream elements.
Yeah, no kidding. You can shush. Okay. What was I gonna say? I wonder if Dragon could have seen it, because that would have then told me whether that would tell me the level of the problem. I might be like, why? Because Dragon has editor, and I don't think Mousy does. So I think that would be a way to tell what level, what the problem is. Whether Twitch has just changed something to do with like, oh yeah, if you're not an editor, or if you're not the streamer, and you have to have a private band praise that therefore, no, they're the only ones. That's stupid, but you know, whatever. I'll just go on private them. I was worried. The reason I had a bunch of them turned off so like other people couldn't see is because I was worried the bots were then they're going to use that to get around band phrases. If they're visible to the bots somehow. So I turned them off so that I was like, well, maybe they won't be able to figure out what I have banned. They can't get around it if they don't know what they're getting around. But I don't think that I would rather my mods be able to see things so that they can ban people for me. So I'll fix that later. Okay, so I need tough. I'm pretty sure I already checked in here, but I want to check again just to make sure I haven't hidden it somewhere. Nope. No. 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 Mud bricks, yes. Tough, no. Okay. I'm trying to think where I can go. I have a bunch of stuff in here. That's for this build, but some of it's not for the build. Some of it's actually just for showing. Go for what? Tough. I'm out of tough and I need tough. I'm gonna go check and see if we've got a place already that I just forgot. Thinking on a Friday night is dangerous? Yeah, especially with an extra shot of espresso. That's so dangerous. Give me 10 and I'll see if you have any. Okay. No rush. Oh, I should check and see if there's any in here. Though, to be honest, if there was, I probably would have already snagged it, but... Shh. Ooh, I need to say I need that. Oh no, espresso. No, oh no, espresso isn't dangerous. Rum is. Oh, fair. Good thing I don't have that problem. Okay. I'm just double checking. And you guys can see my crazy, totally sane sorting situation here. Yeah, okay, I didn't think so. It's like, surely not. Okay, so there are some glitches, by the way, with the visuals on those. They just hop all over the place sometimes. Okay, I don't think there's going to be any in here either. To be fair, this is not what I came in here to check, but you know. Okay, I don't have anything in my mailbox. Cool. To be fair, espresso can be dangerous for me. Well, not really the espresso, it's usually the sugar that goes with it. However, this is only my second shot of espresso today. So, it's actually not that crazy. Because for reasons, I started only doing one in the morning. Okay. Thermal calcite. Upside down nether jungle. I could tell which ones of these I named in a hurry. Melons, minor outpost, fashion nether, and wither pyramid. I'm looking for something that might have. I forgot to ask actually. Mom. Here.
Picking them the dogs.
Okay.
So it'll just.
And the dogs? Okay.
Wow.
Cool. Ooh, they're having a boys' sleepover. That's cool.
Well, I mean.
Well, yeah. Thermite calcite was a colored calcite with the water, and you think the lava pools? Yee. That's why I was like, it's not that one. I have that, and I also don't need calcite for this. Though I could have made it out of calcite, realistically, but made it out of. Okay. Yeah, there's another calcite site here, but we don't have a tough one. I don't think. Excuse me. I mean, I could go down to the slime farm. Chat disabled due to missing profile public key. Okay, well, I'm gonna reconnect real quick, Dragon. Missing public profile key. I swear. Minecraft Y. I tried to wave. I promise. Okay, now can I wave? Oh, alright, well. Hold on. I have a feeling something. Minecraft worked something. How does it feel to get kicked off your own server? Ironic, honestly. Hair? I'm checking the console. User is disconnected. Reason disconnected. Okay. Yeah, reason disconnected. You have no tough. Okay. Hi, Serge. I was just seeing if the server was like reason disconnected was because it's just seeing if what kicked me basically. Thank you for giving a shout out for Dragon, Mousy. Well, I have tried to say hi, so you know I tried to say hi. It's fine. I just won't type in chat again. It's fine. How many times do I say it's fine before it's actually fine? Anybody know? Okay. So my debate then is where on earth am I gonna find tough? Let's do some Husk Tower. Ah, yeah, no, that's not gonna have tough. Grove Tower. Ah, same type of tower. Right, okay. Pillager House Dungeon, Pillager House 2. I don't think those don't have a spooky thing. Sure, we'll go to the spooky tower thing, so I'm away from... I think we did this one already. Isn't this the one we did? I feel like this is the one we did. And yes, I'm gonna go double check. Yeah, this is the one we did. Cool. Skyboat of Doom. Double shout out for Surge. Yeah, the real question is, do I want to try to go do a Skyboat of Doom by myself? Machine Dungeon, not doing that one by myself. That's for certain. Thornborn Tower. You have tough? No. If I was looking for terracotta or granite, I'd be golden. But that is decidedly neither one of those things. However, there's archaeology here. Oh no, it's a spider den. Never mind. Okay. Right, that's not your base. Okay. Spawn. Here we go. Do I have anything enabled to chat? Okay, I'm going to restart Minecraft. Hold on. You wonder if there's any... Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to go do, is go into that cave and just dig out some stuff. Weird thing is I literally just started Minecraft, so I don't understand. I'm going to go upgrade the Minecraft launcher while I'm at it. The actual launcher, not the Modrons launcher, and see if something silly happened. I sent a message and you got booted. Well, yeah, it's because I don't have my... For whatever reason, my authentication isn't working, so it's like, you can't be reported, so therefore we must kick you. Digging some from under your base. Okay. Alright, well, I'm relaunching Minecraft, so give it a minute. Here. I'll do that. So, because we're 15 minutes away from the next ads, but I'll just run some right now so that they won't go off in 15 minutes, so let's go off now. Assuming Twitch decides to listen to me and do as I say, but you know. I try. Yeah, funnily enough, it takes a minute to launch Minecraft when it's modded. I'm gonna open up the console. What does it say? Reason disconnected. Okay, as long as maybe it actually authenticated me this time. Well, I can see your chat message, and I can chat. Okay, so I just needed to restart Minecraft. Okay, now let me adjust this to make sure it's actually the right size for you all to be able to see everything. Because I was guesstimating while it was loading. There we go. Alright. Slime Farm's probably my best bet for just finding some. Look, there's some. How much is some? You mean how much do I need? I don't really know. I've already used like 2 stacks to do what little of the obelisk I've done. So, I realize that is a very unhelpful answer. Oh. I don't really know how much I need. Because I saw I had 200 and I was like, oh, that'll be plenty, and then turns out it does not enough. Wild Skrelp is in chat if anyone wants to try to catch it. Oh, there's just your base. Take all of it if you want. Shulker box full? Well, yeah, then it would probably tide me over to the, I built a really big project with it. There's a reason I'm asking that question. Because if I remember correctly, Surge has the fancy storage system that annoys me. Only if you don't have a shulker box on you. I wonder why. I can't imagine why neither of us have shulker boxes on them. Yeah. Well, why not? Yeah, no, I can't imagine why. Funny story. It's not because I don't have any. Actually, technically it is, because I don't have any on me, but I think I technically have some of the shells somewhere. Because it's a dump chest at your base because you're lazy. In a dump chest. Well, that is like not practical for my way of using our backpack mods. That's why I don't have it. Hold on. Somebody who rarely texts me, I usually text them, just texted me, so. Okay. Do I have your base? Can I go to your base? I'm assuming I can just go to your base since you said I could. Steal from you, so. Guess with backpacks you don't need the other boxes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's see that stuff. There you go. All I have, but I don't need it. Ah, yay! Well, if you do need it, you can just come to me for it later. ME system. Yeah. Where was I gonna go? Oh, I wanted to show Dragon something anyway. Hold on. I was to show Dragon. What am I gonna put in this? Sure. You love it. All the things in the search bar plus crafting. Yeah, but my backpacks though. Dragon. I don't know where. Whoa. Oof. Okay. Less jumping. Let's see. Where is Dragon? So his name is. It's down. He's probably underneath this somewhere. You know, I could just leave this here for him. Ship it all in the enemy system and get a portal crafter to access anywhere in the server. No. Okay, I know what I'll do. I'll just put it in here. Okay. Yep. I need to make sure I spell this right. Oh, it autofills! Look it! Isn't it so cool? You can direct you to me. Yeah, that's true, it could. I'm answering your text and I'll read those. But to answer your question purely, yes. Yes, there are. What are those called? Presents, I think. So there are actually. As you can see here, this one looks very Christmassy. As like this one. And in general, like, I feel like that one also looks Christmassy. So yeah. That's the only spooky one. But, I think. But I thought it was cool. I'm using a few of them for part of the decorations, in the area I'm building, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna show this to, I'm gonna make one of these for fun. Because it's cool. Yeah, they are cool. If you wait 10 minutes, you'll bring this up. Okay. I can. Oh, well, did you mean wait at your base? Just stand there? I guess I could just yap. Dragon's Eye. Oh, yeah? Okay, alright. I'll entertain chat for a little bit. We'll go sit in Dragon's Face. Oh, never mind. There's a dragon here. Oh, not that. Thank you. Did you want some of this to have? Because I also have a bunch Serge gave me. Gotta wait for the delay. So just gonna do that. There. Da, da, da. You keep all? Are you sure? Alright. I literally just slept, excuse me. Da, da, da. Also, like it. Yeah, it's a nice thing about it. I'm gonna spread the black cats all over the place. It's gonna be great. Yee, I found those earlier. What am I trying to do? Dragon never sleeps. He wants his other winged friends with him. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, I'm pretty sure this time it is Dragon that's the one that didn't sleep, but, you know. It's okay. It doesn't matter. But yeah, I thought that was cool. Well, I was figured we'll use some of this in the cave. So I made this one to remind me that it existed. To do his bidding. Uh-huh. Yep, because of base work underground. Uh-huh. Hey, I read it right, Prelude. I added the correct words. Okay, up, dragon disappeared. Okay, good deed done. Now time to go and things and stuff and whatnot. Uh-huh. Yep, go back, go play House Flipper or whatever you were gonna play before you decided to come help me with this. And have fun. Oof, that ping though. Ow. Okay. After all the thinking about Minecraft builds today, I decided I wanted to decided I wanted to play Minecraft today. I thought about playing Xenoblade. I thought about starting another game that I actually have recently decided I'm playing on stream for reasons. But I was like, nah, I want to wait on that. That needs to be later. Okay. Oh, do I want to do it like this one where it's uneven on one side? It's not perfectly symmetrical. I kind of do, I think. Okay. So I think it needs to go to like there, so that's at least 4 more blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4. three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. I'm probably going to tweak it a little bit at the bottom to maybe like remove like a handful of these walls there at the bottom to curve it a little bit. Three more. Try two. Now I do want to do something fun at the front of this, but I'm not entirely sure how to do it. I also need to add a book, an actual book and quill to the stuff I already put in the front. Okay, if we do a wild spinda appears in chat if anyone wants to catch it. I haven't seen one of those before. I feel like today is like a day of seeing Pokemon I haven't seen before in chat, so it's actually kind of crazy. Okay, no. I'm not gonna make it that much taller with this layer. Okay. Now. I'm gonna do it like that, or like, not that. I'm gonna do it like this. This side, I think. I was worried it was gonna look a little too square, but I think it's gonna be fine. Actually, we're just gonna put this in here, because I'm not actually... Like, I'm not gonna actually do it that way, but... I think if I do it like... this... Does that look right? No, it doesn't look right. Okay. Hold on. Probably. Probably just put glow icon on that, honestly. Okay, so what I do see is that these need to come up one. And that... I mean, it looks like an obelisk. I'm trying to decide this is what that needs to look like. It's a little too rounded. Okay, would it be crazy to do this? I mean, it's my build. I guess I get to decide how crazy I want to go. What is defined as crazy in this context anyway? Okay, that works a little bit better. Do I do that? Nope. No, I liked it flat, so I need to grab out the glow lichen. There we go. No, it won't spawn anything. This is only better than the shape I created the first time. I was trying to do like a floating weird shaped egg. Well, it's not an egg. It's an obelisk. Clearly. An egg. Dun, dun. I keep saying it's an egg, you're gonna see it as an egg, it's an egg. The other one was an egg. This is an obelisk. Alright. Egg. Shh. It's an obelisk? If you see an egg, you need your eyes checked. Odd shaped disc. Okay, so this is the perspective you're going to be seeing it most of the time. I just do that. Anyway, I don't take fall damage. I don't know why I jumped there. Yeah, that's better. Okay. So now, question is, will any of the carving ones look okay? Or do I need to get creative with this? Excuse me? Okay, let's make some different choices. Let's make some different, not choices necessarily. Let's make some different blocks here and see what ends up working. I'm thinking through, kind of, because like, yeah, there's the actual literal textures that are technically, you know, the right ones to use for like putting inscriptions and things and such. But who said anything about needing to use the literal ones? I can use the not literal ones just as effectively. I'll grab some of that though. There's a reason that's turned off, Prelude. I know you didn't know it was turned off till just now, but yes, it is. specific noise that drives me bonkers is off. Uh-huh. Did I miss a redemption? Is that what you're trying to tell me? No, I did not. I banned someone. I did not miss a redemption. Okay. Could do something like that. Kind of remembered. Yeah, that sound. Uh, there it is. Um, the sound for the troll sound for the sound booth bot for context. It's like nails on chalkboard for me. So, I mean, it's not quite that bad, but it's an approximation. It's like it's that kind of. I gotta get out from underneath the popcorn to grab the chocolate. Took me a second because I wasn't sure exactly which part of the food bin it was in. It's like, is it under the popcorn? Is it under the straws? Which one? Okay, chocolate eaten. Hmm. Working with that texture. Do I want to try to like make a spot where they smoothed it out? Hmm. That feels too smoothed out, I think. Hmm. Let's play around with what those look like. I guess this as it is. Actually, that doesn't look that terrible. That one doesn't really. But if you were to do something like surround it, it would work. Okay, okay, okay. I see a vision. So what I'm gonna do... Ooh! That's cool. We're gonna make 3 of those just to see what those look like. Not the lodestone ones. Make a stack of those. It's like I know which one I need. There we go. That one. Are you okay if you see visions now? Should we be worried? I mean, you could be worried if you want to be worried about it. I guess that's up to you. Make sure those are both full stacks. Okay. Should I? Oh, that's what that is. Oh, do I want to do runic instead of the descriptions though? Maybe. How does this one look? Not necessarily for this context, but... Okay, so like right above this... Well, actually don't know how tall this is gonna go, hold on. Question is, which one of these do I like better? as a blender. I think I like these better as a blender. And then the next question is, do I do stripes or do more of this shape? Do this. Oh. Dun, dun, dun. Let me look. Does this one have more? Yeah, it's definitely more of a carved. That one's a carved on like shape. I'm scrolling through the similar images to the inspo and seeing that one's just straight up and down. I feel like they did up and down, like vertical lines, rather than less obvious obelisks like this. It's like up and down lines, not spiraling around it necessarily. Or do I do... I feel like the answer is just yes. I feel like that's just the answer here. There's a wild Yanma in chat if anyone wants to try to catch it. Let me put this back on auto refill. So I can just, oh, and I should make more inscribed. Hold on. Let me make a stack of inscribed. There we go. I didn't just make a stack. Okay, hold on. We're gonna just tuck that away, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, and then I'll back in the top. There we go. I made more than one stack. Whoopsie. My mistake. Da, da, da. So this needs to end with one of these. If I then do scribed, no, that's the wrong one. Where's it? There we go. Done, inscribed. Okay. Ooh. Oh. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna take a pause for a second, because I need to go put the dogs down some food, because apparently people didn't do that earlier. I'll be right back, chat. Okay. Is it on now? Alright. I don't know how much of that didn't go through. The problem is I walked into the other room with my headphones on, so, yeah. But everybody, doggos all have food now, so. Well, they didn't have food. It's just their bowls weren't filled up. Okay, now the music has stopped working. That's what I get for walking into the other room. Alright, so give me like a second to get this back on up and running. And now stream elements won't recognize it? Why? I mean, I know why, but why? 1 second, chat. We're gonna go to the void. Alright, I'm gonna switch to this for 1 second. And then if I switch it back, so that's... Hey, look at that! I fixed it! There we go. Now on the sides, I don't know that I'm gonna do the entire way. I'm not gonna do. I'm gonna probably just do like. You okay there, Poppers? Like this, maybe? How does it look from the front? Ooh, yeah. Okay. I like it. I like it. It's subtle. At least from the front. It's subtle. Hmm. I think that adds. That's a good add, I think. What I am gonna do though, make it easier to just do the rest of this. Mm. Dun, 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 dun. Do that, and then the 3. Right. Yep. 3. Do, do. Alright, and then this side. Okay, so that's where I stopped. Cool. Turn off night vision. Oh well. Obviously that needs to be in place. Yeah, I have an idea for this. We're gonna move that. Do I have... Where are you? Where are you? Actually... Do I do that and then do this? It's not symmetrical to the circle it's in. Funnily enough. I feel like that works. Made the circle a circle and then put a not circle object in the center. Okay. Now I do think this needs to glow a little bit more, but I have ideas. So let's see if this glow lichen could be... Can I not do glow lichen? Glow lichen. Oh, there's only one kind of glow lichen. Alright, fine. I won't do anything fancy with it. Which blocks do I put it on? Could just do random instead of specific. Can even be, oh, maybe not on the text actually. That way it's lit up so you can all read it all the time. Okay, let's dump all this into the backpack. And let's pull out some of these. Okay, now I do have a vision for this. You know what? I do think, however, we're gonna get rid of that one. But it's not. Can I just do that? Perfect. So let's do. I may end up having to rearrange these once I decide which one's which. Actually, wait. Yeah, you wouldn't be the first one. You'd be. Which one's more the first one's vibe? Kind of thinking. Did I not grab the pants for that? Oh, I did. No. That's it. Okay. Yes, 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 yes. Actually. Yeah, that order, and then that, and then this. Then. What armors do I have left? Actually. Yeah, and then. I may switch these up a little bit. I need to make the with their chest plate and stuff, but I'll do that for now. The interesting bit that I did want to test, but I don't know that I want to test right now, is whether once you change your skin, whether these change. Because if these don't change when you change your skin, then I know exactly what I'm gonna do. I don't think I want to do it on stream because it's gonna be a pain in the butt. But if they do change when you change your skin, then it's probably just gonna have to. That would actually kind of be work. That would kind of work either as well. In lore. And yes, I said lore. Yeah. Because there is lore. There is lore. No surprise to anyone. And what I was gonna say, I think, is there is lore to this world as well, but I haven't. I've kind of just decided to not bother making videos on it at the moment. Oh, I put that away, didn't I? I didn't put it away fully. Oops. Oh, the scream tail. Nice, Mousy, you caught it. Might be that one I want. Yeah, it might be that one. But that also looks like it would work. Let's do that. Okay. Oh, think that works. I think it works. Because it's contrasting, so maybe... The problem is the top of this now kind of looks a little silly. Do I just do... Hi, Nox! Welcome to me trying to figure out how to build. To build thing. So like that, obviously, is not gonna work. Oh no, that's the unscripted one. What if we did? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Oh, that's better. Should have just gone with that from the start. Just working on a thing. Now, we'll say that technically this might be recognizable to some people if I were to fully explain the concept, but I mean I can if chat wants to listen to me talk about lore for a minute, but I don't have to. To be fair, the only people here who would have any chance, and they probably both don't remember because that's okay, is Dragon and Mousy, I think. Go listen. Because I think they're the only ones here. Though I may have explained this to someone else. You are very sick? Oh no. So no work? For a day or so? Hopefully? Question mark? Oh yes, obelisk. Because I've changed my mind on what I'm doing with this build because I'm saving what I was originally going to do for another project. Not working for the next 2 days, whole weekend off. Nice. You're listening, but you don't understand lore? It's just world building. And it's all in my head, because, you know, that's just how that works. So for those who don't know, every build I do has a story. In a sense. I will say, like, the cave for SVE that I did, it doesn't really have a story. It has a purpose, it has a flow, it has artistic choices for specific reasons. But, you know. Did I? No, I didn't miss a block there. You understand lore as much as you understand sports ball? Clearly, because you haven't been spelling it. Well, I guess if you're voice text, it probably doesn't know the difference. Yeah. Sorry. Espresso is dangerous right now. It's fine. I'm fine. Okay, focus, Clara. So, me focus on anything? Never. Every build has a story in a way, or a purpose in the case of the cave, right? You like sports ball? That's cool. I have never been super interested. I can't even say that at what point I was. When I was 3. Like Dad will sit and talk to me for a few hours about the thing on the TV. Sure, I will sit there and listen and ask questions and cheer when he cheers. This is fun. I was a daddy's girl. Still am, kind of, but yeah, no. Especially at that time, because he was super busy. Especially at that time, I sought out ways to just hang out with him, because he was super busy. What sorts of sports ball do you like, Nox, if you care to say? Probably not the sports ball that you are currently excited. Was watching last night. Yeah, I was like, I'll watch football with Dad. It means I get to hang out with him. Did I ever fully understand what was going on? No. I sat there though. But yeah, no. That's right. Every build has a story. Right? And since the beginning of Parlor Season 1, all of those stories across servers have been connected. And I guess technically, by the way I phrased the Season 1 lore, technically speaking, I think it also back connected some things if I really wanted to. Yeah. But, and it's not a unique idea, okay? There's other stories out there I know of that I can think of right now. just in Minecraft, let alone outside of Minecraft, that have this common idea. But the idea it's actually fairly common, I feel like, with Minecraft. Like the people who carry stories between over servers or don't. The most known to chat necessarily, depending on who it is. One I can think of that kind of has a storyline like this is Mythical Sausage with his series. Which if you have no context for that, then you should go watch. If you like lore. If you like lore and suspicious borderline PG-13 to sometimes higher Minecraft people, then Mythical Sausage is for you. You know, most of them work, so I can sit down and watch any of them, but nothing about your goat soccer, though. Ah! I feel like I could have guessed that. I played soccer once. Oh, that's really cool. I love that it carries over. Right, so the idea in Season 1 of the Parlor, which is the server that we sometimes like to wish it didn't. Second one was the hard part. But I like Sasha's, but some of his innuendos are not PG. Exactly. He's a not PG kind of. He is a not PG. He's Corrales, but sausage. He's different. They're similar, but they're the same but different. But Sausage is a really good storyteller as far as like his like creative mind and the way he tells stories. His Empire season 2 story was so good. Anyway, you grew up with soccer and used to be a track athlete, so yeah. You're gonna hop out of here and play something else for a bit, but you'll be looking in chat. Okay, have fun. Go play whatever. What day is it? Okay, I was gonna say it's not a day I know what you're doing. Oh, wild Tyrannosaur is in chat if anyone wants to catch one. Excuse me. So in season 1 of the parlor, because I'm not about to try to switch Minecraft scenes to show you, I built on a coastline. And because up to this point, I'd also played single player or realms with my siblings. Realms that usually dissolved because people broke rules and were driving me crazy or whatever the case may be. Or everyone else stopped playing, so I stopped playing. Right. Or, you know, all my diamonds just disappeared on one realm. I still don't know for sure who the culprit was. Could have been a sibling, it could have been one of their friends. I don't know. Anyway. Right. We dissolve into chaos. So Jonathan and I had a really fun one time. Axon, I should say. And I had a really fun set of builds. It was a really cool, like, I built like a really cool, I think I built a castle. And then he built a giant Japanese-inspired build that was like dwarfing everything, and it was really cool. I built like a medieval town. Anywho, first season, so I built on a shore, and I decided to challenge myself because up to that point I'd typically stayed within the stones and spruce wood, like spruce wood and stone brick. Like that was. Like I was staying within that wheelhouse. Now, also, mind you, oh, do I have a sit ammo? Oh, no. No, not that one. Which one is it? Oh, I don't. Do we have a sit? Okay. Better. So, oh, I can just go sit in a chair. Hold on. We just go sit and hang out over here. Go in here. It's a little less noisy. So, minus the cat, which I may have to move that cat. But so what I did is I decided to use sandstone because I was like, I'll challenge myself and use sandstone, which ironically, not ironically actually, but well, given today's events, given that today a dragon got me tough. The fact that like one of my first confirmed memories, I'm pretty sure it was the first time Dragon and I like interacted in Minecraft necessarily. He dropped off like a chest full of sandstone at my house. Or is it sand? Either way, I still have the sign and I like left the sign on the server and then built around it. Like, you know what? I'm just gonna leave that there. So I have evidence. Do I know for sure that was the first? I don't think so. It was one of the first ones though. So at that point, we'd been hanging out in certain people's chats. Mousy, Dragon, and I were all talking. Anyway, so I built this place full of sandstone, and I kind of went at some point, and I don't remember. I don't remember when the idea happened. I know I was building this village, sandstone village. I know it was kind of like Oasis themed, especially given that I put bamboo everywhere at the end. Though I did that at the beginning too. I went through and decorated it again. But like I did I decorated with bamboo and berries and drove everyone who visited my base crazy because they could not fly anywhere or walk anywhere that wasn't the paths without getting stuck by berries or slamming their faces into bamboo. Also, if you are someone who wants to not deal with phantoms, hiding in bamboo is actually really useful if you don't have cats around because they don't know what to do with bamboo. Most mobs don't know how to handle bamboo navigating. It's hilarious. And also my base was apparently a maze. But what I did is I created it and I decided it was like an old smuggler's cove. Walking and flying is for suckers anyway. Whee! I actually was pretty good at walking and flying around it and not getting lost. But I also placed every block, so, you know. Every time someone came from the server came to visit my base, it'd be like, especially once I moved another portal down into my cave. Everyone was like, I don't know where I am. I can't get out. I'm lost. Help. And I had to come rescue them. Ah, so it's a skill issue. Uh-huh. Totally, it was a skill issue. I didn't put... I was like, oh, I'll just put this out here because it'll be cool. And then everyone could never find a way out. And I actually built like 3 ways out of that cave. And I put signs. Admittedly, I should not have probably put it in the cave, but it was cool. Anywho. Oh, and just for the record, for like Minecraft context, for those of you who know, this is 116? Or is before 116 and we updated to 116. That part I don't remember. I feel like it was with the 116 update they launched the server. And I joined like a week or 2 after the server started. Also, that was crazy. It's just inviting someone to a server from your chat. Just... Anyway. To be fair, it's happened twice now, and so... Apparently I just give off those sides. Real? Got your orange juice? Okay. Yes, story time with Clara, because why not? So I had this Smuggler's Cove, and I think the idea of it being a Smuggler's Cove might have been... Dragon may or may not remember this. Dragon, do you remember if I built my boat before I built yours or after? Because, like, did you ask me to build the boat because you saw my boat, or did you just ask me to build the boat? That's the part I don't remember. So I would give like, I'm trying to remember. It's like, which boat came first? Before? Okay. So I built mine first, and then I built one for you. Okay, that makes sense. It's like, why else would you ask me to build a boat? So I started building up like the docks and stuff. I don't think I had the small boats until like last minute. But I built my boat, which had Etho's head as the captain, so I don't remember. Was that the one that false was? I don't know. I had a couple different boats by the end, that different hermits heads, because we had the hermit heads data pack on. Different hermits were doing different things. It was very fun. I was having so much fun with the armor stands. I'd never played with the armor stands mod before. And I had like just gotten into Hermitcraft. So like I was having so much fun learning all the things and excelling at them. And then I had an armor stand. I had a decorating and building business, which is when Dragon hired me to build him a boat. Which was one of the best boats I've ever built. Ever built. I need to go back in and like copy it. And you know what? That would be kind of fun to have that boat like at the spawn of something. We're slowly getting you into Hermitcraft. Nice. Yeah, I got Surge into it. I was like, we're watching. Like, I would talk about it so much. Eventually, we were watching random TV shows that I don't commit to watch. I can't watch TV shows that I've already seen. Yeah. I can't, it's not that I can't watch them, as I can't watch them like straight through. Especially if I know what's coming, because then I get like the sad bits I want to like not watch. This is actively happening to you right now. So then what I did is like I always watch the Hermits. So I was like, we should just watch these. And then now I just wait to watch them on Sundays with him. Except for certain people's episodes I still watch when they post. But it's like I'm already watching these anyway, and it's every week new content, and I haven't. Some of them I've watched before, but it was fun catching him, like picking out hermits and like catching up from the season to where we were. Anyway, back to my story. So I was having the time of my life building random new things that I'd never done before, and making friends, because I was making friends with Dragon and Mousy and the other people on the server. Dragon and Mousy are the only ones I'm still friends with, but you know, here we are. This was before I was streaming, also, just to be clear. I think I streamed like twice before the end of the season. Maybe even just the once. I know I was on a stream, but I don't remember if I was streaming when we worked on another. To be fair, you have known and been interested in Hermitcraft, but never committed because you're never sure who to watch. Was overstimulated with choices. Yeah, and I was just like, okay, I'm gonna pick my favorite that I think we started with Tango for you. If I remember correctly. It was either Tango or Impulse. I think. I don't remember. I remember being like, which one do we start with? Oh no. I think it was Tango. Ironically, is one of the ones I always watch when he releases, but here we are. And so at some point, like I was already coming, there's little bits of story, right? Like little things, like the shepherds had their little like like they had a house that was a little bigger than everybody else's that had like multiple floors. Like also trapping the villagers was entertaining because I didn't trap them. This is a similar setup to what I have on the server where I had them in the houses stuck. In the end, not all of them were stuck in their houses. I had the ones I wanted to trade with were stuck in their houses, and everybody else got to roam around and die on the berry bushes. You know, Tango was the start at the time because you wanted to catch up where he was at the time. Yeah, I don't remember why. But were you talking about Hungry Hermits or something? I don't remember. Watched MC Tube like 10 years ago or so and slowly just stopped because you were on the unfortunately Sky Does Minecraft side of it. Much happier on this side. I don't know who that is, but to be fair, I wasn't watching YouTube or Twitch till college. Might have been watching some YouTube, but definitely not. Was it before or after Decked Out 2? For Surge, it would have been after. It was this season. Oh, is Redstone Factory with the Autocrafters? Probably. It's for the best, Clara? Probably. Yeah, I didn't have access to YouTube. So, I don't remember when I got access. Probably when I got my computer, but maybe not even then. Who knows? So that's a whole nother story we're not talking about. Oh, that's weird. So where was I? Right. So I'm doing this thing, and I didn't go into it with a story in mind necessarily. I was building things. I built like my first mob farm by myself. Hi. Then one of the admins had to come and fix the redstone because I did it wrong. But in my defense, that redstone worked a zillion versions ago. The only redstone I knew was with the stuff my brother had randomly showed me, so I had like 2 mechanisms under my belt at that time. Yeah, you knew I had friends who followed Etho back around season 7, but as I said, never sat down and committed. Yes, Etho. Etho's the goat. Season 7 is when I started actually watching. And that's when I actually got into Twitch as well, because I wanted to watch Tango and Impulse's dual streams they would do every Friday. I think it was every Friday. Watching them do that stupid sheep farm. It was like 100 sheep or something ridiculous. That was entertaining. Those are the days. Anyway. Neither Yogscast. I had vaguely heard of Hermitcraft, but never watched it till now. I've heard Yogscast before. Something to do with Martin in the Littlewood. The rest of it's... Anyway. So at some point, I got the idea that I was going to build the Smuggler's Cove. Because I think at that point, I wasn't really living in any of the houses. I think that was at the point where I realized I needed a storage room, and I was trying to figure out where to put it and all that stuff. Yeah, he was in the Yogscast. Those derp streams were the best. Yes, they were. I missed the derp streams. Tango, Impulse, get on it. To be fair, with the way they've been playing this season, I feel like they've done a lot of more hanging outy streams organically. My other problem is I'm not like just in all their streams all the time because of work. When I was trying to do schoolwork, I would just have it on. Also, I don't know how on my little like 11-inch monitor, I don't know how I was watching like 3 streams at once and doing homework, but here we are. A wild jello scent has appeared if anyone wants to catch up. I'm saying here we are tonight a lot. I'm sorry? Hold on, let me get my sister because this doggo needs to go outside apparently. Yeah, I know, hold on. I'm getting her. 1 second, I pause my story. Nope, that's not the button I need to. I don't know if I'd say Angie Doggo. She's just like insistent. She's doing the Clara, Clara, Clara. Yeah, that's you right now? It's my good girl telling me she needs to go outside. Well, go wait by the door. Anna's gonna take you. She went from never telling us she needed to go outside to always telling us even when she just wants to play. And honestly, I'm grateful. The thing is, a lot of people in this house ignore her. So she knows that if she barks at me long enough, she will go outside. Whether I do it or somebody else does. She's figured out the system. So then it means she was always barking at me. Do I wish that Lucy would have picked up on when Zoe does and used the bells on the door instead? Yes, but that's okay. Communication is needed either way. So I ended up building the smuggler's cave, and as I'm building the cave that I put my storage room in, and then the house I built on top of it, and such, I came up with the story that this town used to be a pirate town, used to be a smuggler's cove. Like, there used to be a lot of pirates and smuggling, right? And then, for the protection of the people of the town, one of them, I think technically speaking, it was this, I think, the evil pirate king. I'm not saying pirates are evil. The evil, tyrannical pirate guy and the guardian were technically siblings. I think it's the way I put it, because it was like 2 eternal foes forever, you know. Skipping ahead, of course. So this guardian stepped in, handled the evil, and the evil that was plaguing them, and it eventually just became a trade town. Who forgot that they were a smuggling town, or kind of just people pretended that didn't happen, right? It was years and ages ago. So like there was a smuggler's cove, there was like a smuggler's route. That was my cave that I built completely by hand right before the cave update. Completely just like I don't know if I leveled it. I dug it a little bit in, but I don't think any of it was natural cave. Like I completely crafted that thing. And like that's why there was like 3 exits from the cave, because there was the main entrance where you would have like come in with a boat, but there was also like one to like a storage area that had like crates, you know, like container crate things. And then there was one up into the house, actually through the pond, which is the one I used the most of the time. I just had to really quickly flip the trap door so that the fish never got down into the storage room and died. Because it was into the koi pond in the house I built, which is a really cool house. I am planning on rebuilding that house, an updated version of that house on the cookie server, because I have an idea for how it's going to look, and it's going to look super cool. Especially with copper, because that was before copper, so like I'm excited. I'm excited for all the fun stuff I can now do with the cyan colors. So the story was, and it wasn't necessarily spelled out completely. I think I wrote a little bit of it. I originally had planned to build like, and I have pictures of like when I drew this. I actually still have the drawings. I was gonna build like a big dark black stone and obsidian and crying obsidian boat. I actually started to build it. I think it was gonna be completely out of obsidian. It was a choice. Well, it was blackstone too. I started to build it, but at that point the season was ending, and I had a feeling I was like, I don't have the energy to finish this. So I tore down what I'd already built instead of completing it. It just kind of left a splotch of crying of sitting in the water because I decided not to care about that particular part. Though the original idea was I was going to build with armor stands and the boat. I was going to build a battle between the Guardian and the evil pirate guy. And there was going to be ghosts and skeletons. You know, whole thing. There was going to be magic. That's also when purple glass started being magical because the legend said, oh, me writing it, of course, in present, you know, that the Guardian disappeared, something along those lines, but her statue that was at the top of a peak, not really even, it was on top of a cliff mountain that wasn't really that tall. Yeah. It was a statue I built. One of the first statues I ever built, also. Inspired originally, I think, by a angel ornament I saw on an Impulse SV stream? Or a Tango. I don't remember if it was Tango's server or Impulse's server, but they were doing a Christmas themed thing. And I think it was one of the things on the Christmas tree. It was a big Christmas tree, obviously. Because it was like at least 7 blocks wide and like at least 20 blocks tall. I also want to rebuild that statue somewhere. And so, you know, they would have a day of celebration, or they would just leave little offerings at the statue, and there was a bit behind the statue, to the right of the statue. I don't remember exactly, but it was like had like some purple glass panes around it, and it was the idea was that she was still protecting them. And the owner of the villa, hi, that's me, was secretly the Guardian in disguise. Like, people had forgotten who she was. She probably left and come back kind of thing, but she now had the house, the smuggling, and like she was the Guardian. So in the end, the player was the Guardian who was going to protect against the evil zombies and everything else. What then happened is we did season 2, and this is when the lore of Guardian can maybe travel universes started happening, because Dragon and I were basing together for season 2, and I don't remember if I wrote this down somewhere or if it was only in like Dragon and I's DMs talking about it. I don't remember. But the idea was that this was another, like, this was her next, like, part of her journey was being, it was a Star Wars themed base, becoming a Jedi Guardian in that sense, and building this temple and looking over the village, and, well, not really building the temple technically, even though I did. The idea would have been the temple was already there. And, you know, that was like her next guardianship of sorts. That ended suddenly. Crazy. I don't remember, but I believe there was like a connection there that like Dragon's character was coming in to help her, or she met like make a new friend. Because we were based together, so obviously the story had to tie in somehow, right? Also, I do fully intend, like, I'm procrastinating on it, but I do fully intend to bring some of those builds back. Like, I really want, and I'll either find the footage or find someone like it. I really want to like rebuild the Jedi Starfighter Dragon built in our workshop, because that was like so cool. Anyway, like, there's some things, there's bits of those builds and I'm like, ugh. The reason they weren't done is because I was struggling to figure out what to do with them. Because I had like a dark side temple imperial kind of themed thing across from my the mines are really fun. And like if you want to see any footage of that, it's on the YouTube channel. Like we started, that was the season. That was 4 years ago, give or take, when Dragon and I started doing our Saturday streams every weekend. So I don't have all of the streams on the YouTube because I didn't start saving them till a little bit like toward the middle, I think, of that season, if you can call it a middle. But there's quite a few of them. And that build was also a challenge because that was the first time I built, probably the first, maybe the last, given how much of a pain it was. That was the first time I built in a mesa, or Badlands, whichever you call it. Yeah, we've been going for a while. We've been doing the thing since a while. Well, see, Dragon and I have been hanging out for a while. It's been a thing. Since I was like would it have been sophomore year? Or would it have been junior year? That part I don't remember. The exact timing of when I landed in Draconis' chat and we started talking on Twitch is a little fuzzy. I'm not gonna lie, that one's fuzzy. And I can't even check my followage on Drac because I had to refollow him because Twitch unfollowed me at one point. So that's annoying. Anyway, so the story, I don't remember if there was anything specific in the story about like the village. Otherwise, it was like I was very into the I love Star Wars. I mean, look at my skin. If you know who this is, based off of, then you know. If you don't, well, um, uh, look at my icon on Twitch, and if you don't know who that is, it's okay. It is my character now at this point, but when I started playing Minecraft again, I think I originally still had my Batman themed one. But I think for Parlor Season 1 I had switched over to the Ahsoka one. I've edited it so much at this point that it's mine 100% now, but it didn't completely start out that way. So I think I did change the colors to begin with, though. That I would have to go look. I don't remember entirely if there was like too much specific lore in season 2 of the Parlor, other than the fact that it was like the Jedi and like her friends, and we were hanging out and doing things and building, and you know, the Guardian, the essence of the Guardian being a protector was still there, and like it was an interdimensional jump. I do remember because it was when the caves and cliffs, I think, at least when the caves update came out. I don't remember if the cliffs part came out yet. Or which parts were when, but that server went through a couple different Minecraft updates. They both did. So it was kind of, I think the cliffs part had come out. Because I say that because I'm pretty sure that was the inspiration for my skin at that point, which was an explorer themed skin that I drew and then made into a skin. Or should I do it the other way around? I think that one I drew and then made into a skin, and I was like, oh, some of this doesn't translate. Whoops. A lot of my skins I draw and then make into a Minecraft skin. A couple of them I've done the other way. It's often I do it like at the same time. I think that's tangentially. I don't remember. Remember when Caves and Cliffs came out? That's when you got back into Minecraft. You stopped at 1.8. Yeah, I had been playing on and off for a very long time. I was old enough I didn't have to put my parents' birthday into play. But I don't remember how old I was. You not encouraging someone to put, you know, their parents' birthday into play Minecraft, but at the time I knew people who did that, with their parents' knowledge. Because the parent was like, this is silly. You can play this. I'll just put my birthday in it. It's fine. um, you know. Anyway. I've been playing for a while off and on. I was playing back when there was like just cobble and birch and oak. I think. I don't remember if there was spruce or not. I was younger, so I didn't pay that much close attention to it. And I remember like the day they released the Aqua update, I got on, I think on my phone, and I built an aquarium floor to a house. Put turtles and dolphins in the floor of my house because I was so excited because like I was obsessed. And I honestly would still be if I had the energy time to with marine biology. Remember when horses came out? I don't remember that one. They might have already been out whenever we were blown away. Nice. Yeah, I was so happy because it was around the time I was doing marine biology was when they added all the turtles and stuff, and I got so excited. I was like, what is it? How does this work? I literally jumped into creative and was messing around. So, on my phone, no less, I'm pretty sure. Well, it wouldn't have been a phone at the time. It would have been an iPod, but I love that iPod. That was so much fun. My first smart device. So, you know, we were having fun doing that. That's when, for those of you may have heard the phrase tossed around. I don't know that everyone has, but like when we say kill it with fire, that's when kill it with fire became a thing. I think I named one of my streams in the last couple months that because we were doing some fighting. I don't remember which one. I think it was one of our dungeon ones. Team Kill It With Fire is back again. So there was a glitch with the way we were able to like. So right now I have free cam, right, where I can do this. On that server we had a way you could hop into spectator and then hop back out of spectator. You would go back to where your body was. So like it's very much like free cam. I don't remember if free cam was even a thing at that point. It wasn't for Optifine. Yeah, so I was using Optifine at the time. Anyway. I think. So we had that so we could, you know, fly away and look at builds. Cause it's useful. The issue with it was every time you would do that, it would name tag all the mobs around you as permanent. So, as you can imagine, it caused some problems. And we didn't really notice because we were just like, oh, it's extra mobs. I think there was something else that was also factoring to this, and this is also when the lighting changes happened. Was also spying on the well, yeah, but that was what I was told at the time, right? Once we figured this out. So I have screenshots of the most ridiculous amount of mobs in one space you've ever seen. So we had a ton of caves that we were planning on building in. I still remember trying to go down there. Oh, we also didn't have keep inventory on. Just to be clear, this was a everything drops on the floor and then despawns situation. Like where we ended up building our storage room where Dragon was doing a lot of his stuff in was a cave. It was a really cool cave. Clearing that out the first time, I'm pretty sure Dragon died at least once. I feel like we all did. But like we were just like, oh, it's just because it's a big cave, you know, whatever. But there's, you know, 15 zombies. It's not that crazy. But the thing is, we had it lit all the caves up around us. By the time we realized there was a problem, there were so many. So like there would be, and I have the screenshots. Do I actually still have them as sources? Hold on. I'm gonna keep telling my story as I look. There was so many. I don't. Okay. Oh, and this is also around the time that I drew that. There is the skin, my skin from the time. That's not Mousie's or Dragon's skin. That was my skin at the time. That thing took me forever. Um. Okay. Yeah, that took me 30 hours. I was sitting on our couch at grandma's working on that over trying. I was like, I'm trying to finish this. I have the full version somewhere where there's also like an Enderman in the background. But it's decided to kill it with fire because I had a lava bucket. There's a lava bucket situation in there. So what we were trying to figure out, okay, how do we get rid of all these mobs and light up all these caves? Because, you know, there are 200 and something mobs in a 15 by 15 cave. Like, it was that crazy. Like, that's probably a little crazy. But, like, it was that crazy. I have evidence for this because I have the screenshots that I sent being like, guys, this not normal. Help. So what we did is we kind of did an SOS call to the server, which not really an SOS call to the server. Dragon Mousy and I decided to do a thing, and I think we had one other person that definitely was helping us from the beginning. I was planning on doing stuff with us. What we did is we got a bunch of lava, and we went around and would basically tunnel bore around the caves, drop lava on the majority of the mobs, and clear them out enough that we could then get in and kill the last few and light it up. Now, we had quite a few deaths. There were a couple Endermen that got looked at. We found a cat in the middle of the lava that we placed that somehow didn't die. That was an orange cat, no less, that I named Lava and got to keep. That was really fun. So like when I name my orange cats Lava, it's because Lava canonically just keeps coming, keeps coming back because Lava was cool. That was a cool moment. I think we streamed that entire thing. I don't remember if that's one of the streams I caught when I had backups and then uploaded them. Off the top of my head, I don't know. I don't remember that part. So we did a couple streams. Some of them was with like 4 or 5 people. Some of them was just the 3 of us. I think it was 3 of us. I don't remember if Mousy helped every time or if it was just Dragon and I, and then I don't remember. I think she did though. Because she was also one of the only people that was out as far as we were. She was our closest neighbor. So it was easiest for her to come out, and everybody else had to travel the 15,000 blocks. So like the 8K blocks and another. So we had other tunnels though. So, it wasn't that bad. But... So we cleared out all of the caves we could, and we offered to clear out anybody else's caves that had similar issues. I think the only person we ended up helping was my Mousy and then my sister a little bit. So I think my sister we just decided to do it one day because we were bored. I don't know. There's a clip that came from clearing out underneath Anna's base, I think. Which was when the skeleton died to thorns when I wasn't looking. It was very funny. But yeah, that's where kill for fire came from, because it's like you know that meme of like striking a spider with lightning. It was like Thor killed the spider. It was kind of like that vibes. It was like, all right, we have to literally cook, like, because it was like otherwise we are literally gonna die and lose all our stuff like multiple times. And it was a collaborative effort to come up with that. Like, what do we do? How do we deal with this? Why are there so many? We're literally planning on building in those caves, and we did start to, or did. I didn't know about the spying on the rest of the members. Might explain why there were so many. But either way, I was also using Spectator a lot because I like. If you watch me build with FreeCam, you know this. Like I like to look at different perspectives of builds. So like being able to do that with that Spectator mod was so nice because I was actually able to see like what I was doing. Yeah, it was an interesting time, but we made the best of it. Yeah, we did. Honestly, we got a really good deal out of it, as traumatic and ridiculous as it was. But so back to story time. It's funny, this building a stream is coming to Clara's telling stories time, but you know, to be fair, If I could make storytelling my job, I would. Um, yeah, no, I would. So that story then came into, at the time, when Arceus Season 1 started, I was still playing on the parlor. If I remember correctly, it was a few weeks between when I got invited within a week or so of the server opening. Another like, hey, you've been hanging around. Do you want to mod? Well, I don't remember if I got modded on Arceus stream first or whether I got invited to the server first. I don't remember which one happened first, chicken or the egg. Those both happened around that time. Which is also I think when it was only a little bit after I started modding for Dragon too. So like I was new to modding and that was fun. Modding Arceus chat has always been interesting. In a good way, most of the time. Most of them are pretty chill. But they've had some interesting ones. Anyway, so I don't remember if I went into Arceo SMP with lore in mind, necessarily. I rarely, to be honest, I don't usually. Stories happen and I'm like, you know how this would connect back to the lore? We also were playing Skyblock. Well, would start playing Skyblock around that time. I don't think technically I ever tied that into the lore. Technically, canon is my canon, so I can retcon that as many times as I want to. But we played Skyblock. That was fun. that was a lot of fun. I'm still salty about falling through the floor of the ancient city. Like, Drac, why did you make that at least 2 blocks thick? Please. Goodness. But that was when I built that cave for that project, and that was really fun. I'm still really proud of that cave. I would love to do stuff like that again. Which is something I'm gonna probably do somewhere. We might even I might build some dungeons on this server in time, because I technically will I could just hop into creative and add spawners, so like I can actually build a dungeon and put some spooky scary things in it with some custom effects and maybe some potions. Who knows? I could go nuts. Or it could be a fun friendly dungeon with a bunch of pretty things in it. You know, doesn't have to be a scary one. Could be a puzzle game. But because I have admin access and it's also modded, we could have some really crazy fun with that. However, back to story time. So with season 1 of Arceo SMP, it was an archaeology themed, but I was sitting there and I told Arceo this, I think, at the beginning, when they and I had the conversation of like, hey, do you want to join the server? I was like, yeah, but I took time to consider it and talk to Dragon and stuff because I, at the time, was still committed to the Parlor Season 2. And I was like, I don't want to jump ship on Dragon. The 3 of us, Dragon, Mousy, and I, were basically the only ones playing on the server at the time. Dragon and I had projects going on. But I knew we were at that point, I think, planning Skyblock, or it was like after we... Yeah, no, we were planning, and had started it at that point. I think we'd started it. And so I was like, I don't want to stretch myself too thin. So when I went into Arceo SMP Season 1, originally, I was like, okay. I am going to come up with the most simple... It's not the most simple. I was like, I'm going to do a very basic, very simple, very small base. Like, I am not gonna... Because I already have this other mecha project over here. I never got to finish that. RIP. I never got a copy of it either. RIP. Those builds, because that was a lot of hours I spent on that I'm not getting back ever. It was a lot of fun though. We had fun. I made friends, but rip to the Minecraft builds that I'm never gonna get to see again. Well, I have footage of it, so I can recreate some of it. So I had this mega project, and I was like, I cannot not do that because I have this commitment. I want to hang out with my friends, but I've also made commitments to them to play with them and do the things. So I'm going to build a small project, right? Ooh, a Rockruff is in chat if anyone wants to catch one. So, of course, I didn't pick a simple block because if you've noticed anything about the consistencies in my Minecraft choices on servers up to this point, I challenged myself again and decided to build with quartz. Now, I did decide that I was like, I'm just going to trade with the villagers to get it because I'm not going in the nether. I'm a lot braver about going in the nether now than I was even at that point. Now I'm just like, whatever. Especially with keep inventory on, it's a lot easier to just deal with. So I built a very small, like, quartz themed. Found this little, like, cute little area in this plains that had some hills, and I built into the hills and had like a water that went through it, right? And a little like loop-de-loop around it, my main house. And I dug into there, and I had villagers, and I had the Emerald Library. And the idea for the Emerald Library that I kind of came to fully flesh out later was that villager librarians from all over, because I did enchanted book orders in season 1. Yeah, that was season 1. I built a little like wizard tower for it eventually and everything. Nice, we both caught it. So that they would come from all over the world. Hi, Lazugad. I'm talking about I'm telling story time. You jumped in the middle of the story time. The idea was like with the Emerald Library was that everyone would come from all over the world. I don't know at what point I decided I was a wizard on this season, but that was my character became a wizard. The Guardian went from being a Jedi to being a wizard. One could say she didn't really change at all. And so I had the librarians, and they came to study and share knowledge because, you know, that's what they wanted to do. And they were there voluntarily, even though they were locked in. They were voluntary. Drove Dragon absolutely crazy. No, you don't be quiet. You can ask questions. Or you can pitch in with your own things from season 1, because we're at the point at which I met Lazugod. So we're going through the canon lore of my characters through all the story times. Lucy, you've gone outside. You can shush your mouth. Is Zoe outside of your coordinate? Is that what your problem is? Probably. It was a chaotic system at best. It drove Dragon absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy, because every time he came to like get a book from my villagers, he never found the right one. It was, and I even had them in the end, the important ones like cordoned off into sections that there's 3 to 1, and it still drove him crazy to the point that he's insisted in season 2 that we put them in actual boxes. They get 2x1s. That was Dragon's idea. It's Dragon's fault. I was fine with the chaotic system. I don't mind it either way, honestly. I just build that way. That's the way I normally build with them. It's like a little bit, just pretend to give them freedom. So I had all the villagers, and I had this cove. Then season 2 of the parlor kind of went kaput. You know, that whole situation kind of it was a dumpster fire, right? I feel like, you know, people can correct me if they wish, but that was what it ended up being, right? I don't remember if I don't think it exploded all at once, but it kind of did. So then I was left with, and you know, we went through and we'd finished Skyblock at some point. I think we finished Skyblock before I started the castle. 8 villagers in one area, and you were only click on the same 2 consistently when they walked free. It was frustrating. Yeah, you had a lot more trouble with it than I did. Is what it is. I was teasing. I don't really mind at all. It was just funny because it's just like, yeah, no, we're not doing that next season. We're putting them in boxes that they can't get out of and they can't move around in. It's like, I get it. Will do. I was like, okay, now how do I design a library where them being in little cubbies doesn't look weird? It's a design challenge. I'll take it. At some point in the season, and I don't remember if our Skyblock venture had ended or not, but I do remember that I had an idea for a base. Actually, a build I haven't done yet. Oh, maybe that's what I build. Ooh, I might build that on the server actually. The original idea I had for like the second half of the castle never got built. Because it was a really cool water cave that I was like, oh, I want to build something in. And there was also this really cool hill and such. And so Dragon and I built another portal over there. And at this point, Dragon was on the server. He was building his thing and stuff. He was doing the Dwarven Keep situation. I don't remember what you ended up calling it. Your archaeology and fortress. When you saw it implode into itself, but that's what happens when our group doesn't talk to those who are supposed to be helping. Although they were asked probably numerous times to change. Yeah, it wasn't. The server, the Parlor Season 2 server closed, but like also the Parlor itself kind of imploded. It like maybe not everyone experienced it as an implosion, but it felt like an implosion of sorts. There were tears and crying and stuff. Like I was crying at work at one point. It was actually one of the days my boss was. It wasn't the only reason that I ever cried at work. That has happened couple times. Sounds like an implosion. Yeah. Well, it was really hard to lose that base, and it was really frustrating. And there were other factors to it, of course. And then I was angry on other people's behalves for things that were said and done, and yeah, it was a whole thing. Yeah. In here. I don't remember which time. Oh, nope, I'm not gonna tell the story. Anyway, we can come back to that at some point. So, like, at this point in time, I was really sad about losing the Jedi Temple, and I was like, oh, this is a really cool hill. It's like, I'm going to build, like, I don't know, at the time I was just gonna build the keep. Okay. Originally, funnily enough, the castle in Arceus MP was just supposed to be the keep, and like some towers in front of it. It was really more supposed to be like a cathedral, like throne room, and that was it. And like some towers around at the beginning. And then Tango's Deep Frost Citadel happened, and I kind of ran a little bit crazy. I was like, actually, I'm going to build something like that. And then I went, the keep is not to scale, and then everything else is player scale. And it works, but it also is like I should have committed to one or the other. But hey. I'm not tearing it down now, it looks cool. So I was like, oh, I see two things I'm going to build here. It's like, because I really wanted, I guess you could say a replacement project, but I also just was like done basically with my other build. Like my starter area was completely done. And we ended up building the storage room in where the keep was going to go before I really finished like that much of the keep. It was, or even had the walls up, I think, for the rest of like the castle. It's like this hill, and I may have even said it on stream. I don't think we did the original like scouting on stream, but I'm sure I said it on stream. It was like it was begging for a castle. Like it literally was like a hill that needed a castle on it. So I built the tower for the nether portal, and then eventually got around to building the castle, and I'm still working on the castle in season 2. So for Nox's context, if I believe Ren has been in my castle a couple times on stream. That's the one that's where the lore became real lore. So the idea was that I created this wizard idea And it was an extension of the Jedi and the Guardian, right, from the other server. And at this point, I was also, I don't know if it was at that point exactly, but it was around the time that I started watching some lore-based Minecraft stuff, and it was really cool. Yeah, it looks like, thank you. It's not done yet, quite, but a lot of the outside builds are done, except for Dragon's Tower that I need to finish. At some point, I need to honestly just bite the bullet, build the gold farm myself, build the trading farm situation by myself, or drag Dragon into it. And get the Blackstone. I need to finish that. Or I just do it as Skulk. But I think I need Skulk and Blackstone to throw it. Yeah, no. It works. So the story, like, I went full like Skulk Wizard. And like some of the lore behind that, like the idea behind that, it was when the Deep Dark came out as well. Ish. Was the like Skulk kind of represents it represents death and life, but it was the idea that it was in power. And so you also notice you would have noticed if I did this on purpose, I should say, that the purple crystal glass magic is still a thing. Like that continued to be a thing. Amethyst as well kind of got folded into that at that point because it had been added to the game. Crying Obsidian, Amethyst, and stuff I had used in Season 2 of the Parlor and, continuously in to be like the magic. So there's continuation of that using purple frog lights and yellow glass, purple glass, and Skulk. But you'll notice if, at some point I can show off the server stuff. It continues to be a theme even in Season 2 of the RQSMP. It's still a thing I wove into it, right? So purple glass has been magic for my character since like 2019. 2020, 2019. And so I created some fun things for some of the other characters, and in Season 1, I wrote some books for some scavenger hunts of sorts, or hint like trails that I created for Archeo, and I don't remember if I made one for Harold too. I made a couple for Archeo and one for Harold, which was a lot of fun. And the timing on the weather when he approached did his that was fun. It's not called a scavenger hunt. It's called when you're at clues, you have to follow clues to find where you're going. Is that a scavenger hunt? No. There's a word for it. Somebody in chat will remember what it's called. So I did that, and in those, I had fun writing it because, I've been writing stories for as long as I could remember. It's like I know what the concept is, but I don't remember what it's called. So like when I would play with my brother, we would play Legos and stuff or whatever. We were always telling a story. Always. I drove him crazy with it, I'm sure. Because he would go off script. Even though he didn't know the script, because there wasn't a script. He would go off script, and I don't know. I'd explode at times. I was a child. It was okay that I exploded. I just needed to learn not to explode. We found ways to work together. Jonathan and I are actually really good now we worked on it, we worked on finding a way for like him to be able to knock over parts of our Duplo castle and me not to get the parts I didn't want knocked over. Like we figured that part out eventually. And like I found a way to work the human sized, the us-sized dragons into the story where they became a part of the story, so it was okay. We made it work, but like he wasn't allowed to knock over my farm or my kitchen. But if his knights wanted to go get eaten by the dragon, it was fine. Because I had the Polly Pockets, he had the knights. Yeah. We had a lot of fun. Anyway, like storytelling with builds has been a thing since before I played video games. Um, I think we even wore like some of our costumes and like capes to be the dragons. It was, yeah. Things children come up with. Honestly, that story is really good. I should at some point like adapt it. I had to remember what it was though. It was a fun story. But the queen and king and mystic magics and dragons and yeah. There's a wild Nidoran in chat. Um so the idea was that the wizard was protector of knowledge, and you know there was I remember in my book for one of Arceus, I think Arceus Trident book, I mentioned how like part of it is balance, and how like you know which thing do you choose? Like, do you choose channeling or do you choose riptide? Because like both those things need to, like darkness and life, there's balance, right? Not death and life, there's balance, and I don't think I specifically said death and life, but like I, I kind of played into the Jedi side of it a little bit. Talked about how like protecting the balance was something that like as an archaeologist they were doing, you know. So the wizard became a whole thing, and Lazugod built me this really cool little I don't know if I'd call it dungeon, but little like room. Trail of breadcrumbs, wild goose chase. I mean, what would you say? What would you call what you built me? So it was basically the same thing. I got a book. I don't even think I noticed it to begin with because it blended in with my base so well. There's a little nook that Lazugod hid a book in, and I don't know how, probably had a lot of work. I think it was Lazugod. Then there was like an evil witch coven I had to go defeat that were like spying on me and stuff. It was fun. Um, we had fun on that server. A lot of fun. We still have fun on that server. What am I saying? Um, and so there were little things like that, and the story for the character, she became much more of a powerful wizard who was giving out gifts of knowledge, aka tridents, and you know, I was a wizard with the armor stand mod, supposedly. I don't know. I apparently it was really fast one time when I was putting something back together. And I was like, wow, you're a wizard with that. It's not where the wizard came from, but you know, it was like magic. They blew up. Well, because we did the silly thing, so for those of you who don't use armor stand mod, or are going to use the armor stand mod, here's a tip. Don't put armor stands that you want to stay in front of things that rocket, like within the explosion radius of explosive rockets. Because yeah, it was the trick or treat, one of the trick or treat houses. Dragon and I had put a bunch of armor stands and decorations around it. Uh, and one of the houses had explosive rockets in it, and eliminated some trick or treaters. It's like, hold on, let me fix that. Well, that was so much fun. Dressed up as a glow squid, I think. Because I had a teal dress outfit at that point. That was before I changed into the skulk dress. So I just wore this and carried another like fun head as my candy bowl. Do I have? I'm actually curious. So yeah, that was fun. Arceus Season 2. I think that's just... What's this one? Oh look, it's my Cave Explorer from Parlor Season 2. Yeah, no, I drew this and then tried to turn it into a skin. As you can imagine, the what's that called? Gosh, I can't remember what it's called. It'll come to me. The bit around the waist was a little difficult to get it to translate into Minecraft. That's charity image. Trying to think. Oh, here. Oh, yes, that's the dress I was wearing. It wasn't this color exactly, but it was close. This is the concept. A secret dungeon, yeah, Yeah, you made me a secret dungeon. It was cool. I enjoyed it. And I think it took a little long to actually discover it. Because I was being silly. Yeah, let me get that off screen. What I was actually looking for. I know it's my ending screen, but do I have the version of it that's not the ending screen? So at some point... well, there's this skin. At some point, I decided to go a little bit more lore-y. Which sounds silly saying that out loud, but you know, here we are. I'm saying that a lot tonight. So... I'm trying to think of all the story bits. I might just reveal a bit of it here because I don't care anymore to be like nobody's theorizing about it, so it's fine. Which I didn't expect anybody to, but I planned on doing a lot more lore this season with Archeo SMP and didn't end up doing it. So I may just write out this lore at some point. So it's a good thing I'm talking through it because then I can just remember this, take notes. There was a lot of bits and pieces. I had my throne room. People kept bringing and putting offerings in my throne room of, you know, dirt or deep slate. Usually deep slate, actually, because I needed a lot. Sadly, I honestly got enough to finish the castle before the season ended, and then I didn't get to keep that. So then we had to go back and get more deep slate. I think I got to keep some of it. Some of the chests were loaded when Archeo took the schematic, so some things actually stayed in the chests. I don't remember if it's I don't think the deep plate did though. I think it was more the it's more some of the armor trims did. And probably has the same amount of deep slate. Yeah, I at this point probably have all the deep slate I need to finish it. But we had to mine out quite a bit for it. We did a stat poker near the end of the season, if I remember correctly, that Harold may have turned into a video, but I certainly streamed it. It's funny watching me just like jump around like crazy and do stuff from another person's perspective, because I watched the video even though I was streaming it, and you know, whatever. My stats were crazy. I think it was... I've done the math before on how much deep slate I placed. It's a lot on that castle. I want to say it's probably close to 500,000 variants if you add all the variants up. Anywho. The season kind of was starting to come to an end, and, you know, we discussed the end of the season. I feel like it was like 3 months. I don't know if it's 500,000, but if that feels right, I'll say it. It was at least 500. I feel like it would be reasonable to say 500,000 blocks, even if it's not 500,000 deep slate, because you got to consider all the grass, the dirt, the stone, the bookshelves, the wood, the roofs, all the things. It's a lot. The deep slate alone is probably... I know it's above 200,000, so, you know. Somewhere in there. But yeah, that is a crazy amount. But if you consider, like, how many blocks are, like... Just this room here is probably a couple hundred blocks. Give or take. Maybe 100. I don't know, it depends what you define as blocks. So we had discussed the season was ending, and I don't remember. There was a talk of it decently amount before. Like, you know, how's everybody? I don't remember exactly what I brought up. Yeah, it adds up quick. Oh, so quick. That's why the 200 blocks was not enough to make that obelisk. We needed closer to probably 400 and 500. Just for the maths, people. So, granted, I had my project wasn't finished. Clearly, if everybody remembers the end of season, even at the end of Arceus SMP season 1, it wasn't finished. But I got a lot done in that last bit before the season switched over, because I had some stuff I wanted done before we switched it over. And I also didn't know for sure that we were at. There was a point at which I relaxed. I was like, okay, I can work on a bunch on this, but like it's okay. Like I tried to use up a bunch of the deep slate before we lost it all. I had to remine it. But I didn't, like, originally we weren't necessarily going to be bringing over our bases. Well, I think I was the only one who did, to be fair. But I had a conversation. Well, I had a little bit of a PTSD reaction, if one could say, or trauma reaction to the season ending and like where my base was, and just the situation with Parlor kind of hit, like it and talk of the end of the season and some other thing, like the situation I'll say kind of hit that nerve really hard, or wound you might call it. So Arceo and I and Dragon and I had conversations. Many conversations were had. But Arceo and I had a conversation, and it's like, you know, they remembered, like, oh, right, okay, this is the context for why you're upset about this, you know. And we talked about possibilities, and I don't remember if it was my idea. I think it was my idea. Like, is there any way we could bring this project over so I could finish it? Because I feel like it's gonna be, and I think I said this at one point in a server chat discussion of it, is like, I feel like I have another 8 months work on this castle. Which I don't know now that it like, I probably have, if I was working only to finish it, and if I was just working on it, I feel like, I'm trying to think what absolutely needs finished. Dragon's Tower would probably take me 8 hours, give or take, but I would also be finishing it, not making it 100%. So I don't know. I feel like 8 hours is reasonable. And then the well is where it needs to be. Off the top of my head, I'm trying to think. In castle, there's projects that like are hidden that aren't necessarily anywhere near being done. Because like the villager area is a disaster, but it's also behind the scenes. So there's a point at which it doesn't matter. I think if I had to say like it's done, I would just build Dragon's Tower. I'd maybe do a little bit of terraforming in certain spots. Now, do I have a couple more things I want to add to it? Yeah. There's like the sphere thing I want to add on top of the castle. On top of the keep, I should say. And there's some details to the keep I want to do, but I'm waiting for a happy gas for that because it's going to be pain otherwise. But like, if I had to within the next week be done with it, I could be. And I wouldn't, like, I would be sad for some of the other projects that I haven't finished on this season, but like I wouldn't, like, I have plans for a village and some like fun dead forest situations, but like I'm pretty sure like it's at the point now where it's like not that much work to finish it. I mean, not to say a whole detailed crazy scary tower isn't going to be a lot of work, but it's not where it was when I was like, oh crap. I was like, I have 8 months worth of work and I don't feel like I can finish it. And like I was having, you know, a response to it. I was trying to figure out how to like deal with the fact I was like, it's not the same situation. It's not the same, but feels the same. So we talked about it, and I ended up getting to move my castle from season 1 to season 2. Now, I also got the equipment because working on the castle, which I intended to continue, just go straight back into working on it pretty quickly, was going to be difficult without my gear. And while I did get to put together what gear I got to keep, quote unquote, and I didn't keep everything. Argio and I had like agreements on when I could have stuff and such. Like I had my wings, but I couldn't use them till we went to the end and got the first set of wings. I had my gear, but I had to go get it. Which was a lore moment. I think at the end of the beginning, the first stream, I did a little lore thing with that. So the lore from season 1 to season 2, I created a story around how the castle was going to survive. Oh, there's ads. Hold on. I know some people don't have subs. I haven't said anything that well, wait. If I'd known that, I would have snoozed it, probably. Giving us a little bit more time. But I wasn't paying attention. I was in my story. Okay. Everybody should be back. So basically, I was moving my gear and a part of the castle. No, it was not all of my season 1 builds. I decided, like, I had some concepts, and like I have had concept art where I like had taken some of the other bits and put them as floating islands around it and stuff. That didn't end up happening. I didn't end up deciding to do that, but I kind of, Archeo and I discussed it at some point. I don't remember. I think it was after the season ended, where like the boundaries of what we were gonna grab was, and like to make sure that we grabbed everything. Because they were the ones that I ended up grabbing that in Lightmatica and World Edit and whatever. So, and there was a day we had a fun server event after the server quote unquote closed, where people ruined a bunch of their basis stuff for Archeo to then like scatter through season 2, which was really fun. We had a lot of fun just hanging out and then like helping each other come up with ideas and all that stuff. I remember I didn't do too much because I didn't have anything really to ruin, but I was helping people and just vibing. So the story transition between season 1 and season 2, I had at this point created this character. I forgot to mention the cookie saga. So for context, cookies. Me putting cookies and things in people's chests started in Parlor Season 2. Because I was leveling up all of our farmers. Ironically, it started with cake, mostly. I was leveling up all our farmers. I wasn't the only one leveling them up, but I was leveling them up, and I was buying cookies and cake to level them up, as one does. I didn't know what to do with it all. So I then rigged a dispenser to periodically dispense cookies and or cake on Dragon's front door outside the place where he had his home set. So like the door he would walk through every time he came to our base. This was before skulk sensors. So I couldn't just skulk sensor it. I had to like put a timer on it. I did an etho hopper clock. I think it's one of the first times I ever did that. But then I wanted a system where it would get picked up. And so I had like a built-in and everything. And I was gonna just like wait to see if he noticed. But the problem is I didn't want the stuff to just despawn because it would be going off all the time when it was loaded. So I think I ended up asking for his help to finish the mechanism. To be like, I was gonna surprise you with this, but I need help because I don't know exactly how we will then pick this up and recycle it because I don't want to just be irresponsible and leave stuff on the ground. And then after that, in Archeo Season 1, I ended up I think I started doing it to Archeo, and then I just started doing it to everyone. Where I just take a couple stacks of cookies and just go into bases and explore and put them in all sorts of chests. And then you would just find them. Sometimes they'd be in the shape of a heart, some of them would say hi, sometimes there'd just be random cookies, you know. So originally it was a secret who was doing it. Dragon did end up helping me, and then it became the worst kept secret. Just a couple. Usually I just like take a stack and go through the entire stack in someone's entire base. But, you know. It was really fun because it was a nice way to like actually go and find people's bases and go and see them, because we didn't really do that too much outside of occasional world tour, you know, server tours. I think we only ever did one of those, and when we would visit and hang out and help people with projects, but most of the time people were coming to me, not the other way around. So you know. It was the worst kept secret of season 1, because at some point everybody figured out it was me, and or I just didn't I didn't say it was me, I didn't say it wasn't me, but then sometimes I did say it was me. And it was like, yeah, no, that totally wasn't me. No, I have no idea who did that. Right, energy. So it was like everybody but Archeo knew that it was me. So there was that element of it too. So that character, she's very, I mean, to be fair, this is the same character. So like magic has always been the thing, but it became a very strong part. Protect gaslighting too crazy. No. I'm not gaslighting, it's is that sarcasm? I was denying it, but I'm not actually denying it. Oh, I'm out of coffee. So into season, and also we'd started Cookie at this point as well, which is a server I have with Dragon, Mousy, and Surge, and my sister. Technically a couple other people are on there as well. They haven't played in forever and are not coming back for their own reasons. So, you know, I need to see if I can get my brother and my sister-in-law back on there at some point, but they're so busy right now. It's crazy. Just agree redirecting the truth with an alteration to the picture. Using tone indicators rather than word indicators of the truth. But so the story was at the end of season 1. My character sensed it coming for a while. She felt that the world was shifting. She had at this point, canonically, been through quite a few world endings, right? She knew how it felt. She was getting more in tune with the magic power, the light powers of life and preservation. And she was more in tune with everything, so she felt it coming. She's like, this is familiar. I know where this is going, right? I wrote this in a journal that in the lore video I did at the end of season 1, I read, kind of like skimmed through this. But I like written down little, like, throughout the season I had started writing down little like wizard journals. So I had a little bit of a journal, but I added to it when I decided this was the lore. Hey kid, I know you're causing chaos. Why did, cause chaos. It also does the chocolate. Context. Yeah, I also really like chocolate and chaos, and for some reason I decided to add the word chaos as a trigger for the chocolate words. There you go. Also, like, my wizard sensed it coming, and she wasn't prepared. She prepared, but she hadn't fully prepared, right? She was trying to figure out a way. You're so confused. Yeah, it's a word trigger. Because like if you just say the word chocolate, it'll also trigger. See? Just like if you say the word mod in chat, or mods, it'll trigger our mods are awesome. Chocolate? Chocolate. Chocolate? Chocolate, chocolate, chocolate! Yeah. It was a play on, at the time, the, like, parkour? You know, the whole thing. Was a thing. So I made a chocolate one because it was funny. Lol. Yeah. It's also partly because at the time when I made those, and I still liked having them. I like having them now. It's like if my mods aren't around sometimes, and like it's fun to just every time mods is mentioned, the mods get a thank you. Parkour. Right. Yeah. Parkour. I don't remember who did that, but that was when I made that chocolate thing. Anyway. But it's also nice because then like I don't have to do commands. It can just happen. It can just be triggered by the word mod instead of someone having to do exclamation mod. So the character sensed it, and she had started to prepare, but she wasn't prepared for when it was actually going to happen. Like she didn't know the timing. Obviously, she just kind of sensed it, and nothing was fully prepared, which is why the magic transferring the castle wasn't perfect. Because it wasn't, the magic spell wasn't ready. It was done in haste. The end of it, rather, was done in haste. It had been prepared, but it had not been completed. And there was, in the book, she talked about how she was going to try this crazy thing, and she was going to try to preserve what she could. I don't know whether it necessarily came across when I did the bit, but there was like indications in there. She wasn't just talking about the castle. She was also talking about all the people on the server. Like making sure that they got out of it okay. And this is when I fully embraced the like multi-dimension traveling, because this is a character that has actually fully completely, and the way she was in season 1 has completely come over to season 2. She's added on to herself. Obviously, I've adjusted, added lore. So she, at the end of season 1, she senses that it's going to end. And I actually did the end stream. I don't remember what we even worked on, but I kind of did the stream so that I could play the video that I had recorded. And so, also context. Canonically, Cookie is the like server that is the Guardian's like home server, in the sense of like it's where she always returns to in between things now, canonically. I've decided this. This is like where she isn't necessarily playing a part, she is just herself. Right. She's not a wizard, she's not the Witch of Ink, she's not the Jedi, she's the Guardian. So, end of season 1, the wizard attempts this preservation spell. It works, but it doesn't work. Because she's rushed, and she doesn't realize this, of course, till later. Obviously, she doesn't realize it till she wakes up in season 1 and is like, Draken, why do you look different? Oh dear, the castle's just only like partly worked. What the heck is going on with the mountain? So we blame all the world edit glitches and weird bits that we had, like Arceus had to do to get the castle presentable, and like all the glitches with the multiple armor stands and the 20 million goats that spawned because it kept crashing Arceus mid fill. We blame all of that on the fact that the spell went wonky. It's like, if there's something wrong with the castle, that was a result of it moving over. It's the magic got wonky. It's like, yeah, it didn't truly translate right. We don't know why it did that. I mean, we know why, but there was, because Arceus tried to trim down how many blocks they transferred over and added air into a bunch of spaces. It resulted in some very interesting geography and some interesting geology. So the wizard, sensing the fact like it was imminent, casts the hastily finished spell. As close to 1 million blocks as it was. Yeah. Yeah, I think Arceus crashed it at least twice, if not 3 times, porting it in. Like placing the blocks on Lightmatic. It was crazy. And so at the end of this spell, you would hear in the audio, which I was really happy with how like the editing I did for that was crazy. Yeah, it's a lot of blocks. It's probably more than that now. It'd be fun for Arceus to go back and do that selection and see how many blocks are in it completely. I was like, I don't want you to like actually copy it over necessarily. I'm gonna do that at some point, but like, can we know how many blocks it is? Because we can just know how approximately how many blocks have been, you know, minus so many for the mountain that was already be partly there. How many did I place? But I also tore down a bunch of the mountains, so you know. There were some sounds that were played. I think it was like the dragon dying. A bunch of skulk trenchers went off, and I haven't. This was never explicitly stated. I think I at one point either said it or kind of hinted at it when Harold and I were talking. Maybe when he did the parkour. But that was my character going into a fight. And the like I kind of tried to come up with like what exactly happened. The achievement I came up with that kind of like there's an illustration I haven't finished, so I have a drawing of like the character in the middle of the fight. That I titled it the like achievement, like, because you know when you go into the end or when you go into the nether, you get an achievement, right? The achievement I came up with it was called the fourth dimension, which is a hint at time. There's supposedly maybe some time travel involved in this, you know, not really, but like cross-dimensional travel, time travel. Like there was a fight that the character fought. Basically, the idea being the spell she cast her into the fourth dimension. She fought to get out, and because of that, that's what was needed. That was the catalyst energy. She got the energy she needed, you know, the life energy she needed to then preserve the castle. That was all hinted at. It was not stated at any point. She just came out the other end with some scars and a battle shield thing on her arm. You know, as one does. And then she woke up on the cookie server, and I was like, I hope that worked. I really hope that worked. And there's actually some like other bits of like lore hints I think that were in there related to maybe where she got the idea from, and also just some stuff, right? And when she did the spell, there was 4 elements in the what I call the spell room, or the magic room, which was copper, prismarine / the conduit specifically, amethyst, and skulk. All of which are used in various forms in my base, right? But they're also very like interactive. 3 of those are they're all interactive in the Minecraft world sense, right? They're all so in Clara canon. Those are all different elements per se of magic. My wizard character technically works with 2 of those. But she used the other 2. And like you could get into some fun specifics being like, you know, life, electricity, whatever the magic of conduits are considered. Sound would be amethysts. So then at the start of season 2 rather, the castle got moved over, and my character is, I don't want to say she's the only one who kind of, so quote unquote, canonically remembers his first season, because it's not really, like, I'm not going to put that on everyone else. But because everybody kind of changed up what they were doing and changed their skins, and, you know, it's kind of the idea is, like, it didn't fully work. It did preserve the friend, you know, in lore, it would have preserved friendships. It brought some of the castle back, but then dragons and undead. So that part of the spell, that spell like half worked. That part of the spell like half worked maybe. I won't say what dragon's lore is, but like there's lore there that she partially messed up with that part of her spell, right? And so now she's continuing to build the castle and enjoying the fact that she like, hey, I almost did it. um and that's all kind of a tie to archaeology as well in a sense, because like she preserved something out of time. It's like the castle is like all the other stuff that's still in the world. Oh, that was it. Because I don't think this is necessarily the way like the server way we're kind of looking at it in the server, but it's almost like we moved forward in the future enough that the world completely changed, and or some things aged and are hidden all over the world in different places than they would have been originally, but then the castle stayed as it was, right? So that's where the fourth dimension tie-in specifically comes in. It's a time-based decision, just preservation through time. And so yeah, that's where we're at the moment. She has scars. I don't know how easy they're going to be able to show you. Oh wait, I can just stand like this and do this. Okay. That's still going to be hard to show you. Okay, so there is one here. So I think it's like across her forehead and then like down her cheeks. So like not through her eye, but around her eye. There is one, and it's gonna be a little harder to see. There, on her shoulder. And then the other one is here on her arm/hand. And I have the image for that somewhere. I think I might have even posted it. I might have just, I think I blurred out the fourth dimension achievement I decided on. So then, we're still in season 2 of ArchaeoSMP. There's lore there with Dragon's character and my character and like the interactions of going with that and being like, you messed up. The spell didn't work right. You silly goose. And her just coming to terms with like her how like she did that. That was an experiment. That was something she tried. How is that gonna then translate into like season 3 lore wise? Given I know what I'm gonna do for season 3 now, I'm not entirely sure how the wizard is gonna go from one to the other. I do think she will, because I think that's kind of part of the fun of that dynamic. But how exact? Oh wait, no, I do know how exactly. Hold on, I have ideas. I'm gonna write that down. Hold on. I'm not spoiling that part. I'm not spoiling. Hold on, I'm texting someone back. I'm not gonna spoil what I'm doing for next season. I didn't see this text earlier. I love seeing the brain just tick, tick, tick. Okay, yeah, because I was like, I don't know what I could do, and then I had the thought, and I was like, oh, that's what I do. I've been thinking Star Wars things all day, so good story inspires my brain. It is a Star Wars based idea. Surprise! A lot of my ideas are. So then we also come to this world. which is the part where I can walk around and show you things and talk about the lore. So, yay! That's awesome. So, if we go to spawn, you might notice something interesting. Amethyst is once again being used for magic as purple things again. Oh look, there's a purple crystal. So the idea for Sanctuary, at least in my head, and obviously I'm not forcing lore on anyone, I never do that. I only creatively collaborate with people when they want to be creatively collaborated with. Is that it is this area and this world is a sanctuary, obviously, hence the name. And we all have powers, and we came from different backgrounds. Some people were from this world, some people came into this world from outside of it, right? So this is the same character. This is her in a different context. This is her taking a break from having to be on the defensive, if you could say, against maybe to escape the people she may have angered in doing her time traveling I guess a hunt, assassination, who knows, depends which she went after. That part I didn't come up with. I didn't come up with what she took out, I just said that she did. It is a sanctuary, a place of peace and creativity. So like this character is magic related. My origin, I can remember what, nope, that's not the one. Is it this one? Is the Witch of Ink, and it is art. It's an art-based magic where like I only need paintings to preserve me, like preserve my life essence, you know. And aka I need to have paintings around to fill up my hunger. I have less health but stronger defense, I think, or something like that. I'm my own defense, but I can't wear full armor. Or I don't get the benefits from wearing armor. So like I'm wearing netherite right now, but I get limited benefits from it. And stuff like that. And it's, you know, we have our wings as well. Which canonically, my both wizard characters have had wings. They've been more of a lay wings though. And there's like bits and pieces where, like, yeah, there's this. It's also partly because like these portal stones are purple, and like that's the circle, like the magic situation here, right? But there's definitely like elements of like the wizard part of the character, but also the explorer part of the character, right? And so yeah, she's connected to, basically the idea is she's traveled here, right? Because she is not from this place, but she traveled here through dimensions, and she's like, yep, I'm here. And it's a secondary, like Cookie is technically canonically the Guardian's sanctuary in sense, but this is also another sanctuary, maybe more of a creative outlook, or maybe just a sanctuary in another sense for her. Excuse me. I don't know. I sit and pray every day for an ounce of the creativity you're sure right now. Yeah, and I'm trying to think if I've created any specific. Well, I have created some specific lore for this world. I mean, my character is really good at making potions. Also, chat, you guys can see the full-on decorations. I don't remember if I've showed these off yet, because I may have. I keep feeling like I have, like the green and red colors in that room. Yeah. This is a converted dungeon tower. That I like cut out a bunch of it and then like used what was here to inspire or build. It's really pretty. But this is like an area for all of us to come to spawn and use like the different things we like, you know, we'll have the smithing templates here at some point, so people can do stuff like that in here. We have I have some potions and I'm gonna work on adding more to this. Both that and the building plants and the art. Oh, thank you. And Look at that. They look just like potions. They're actually little soul lanterns and normal lanterns, but they look like potions, and it's great. This is the bar where people get potions, and I'm gonna stock that with more like stacks and upgrade this chest so that people can come in here and get their water breathing and fire resistant potions without having to text me to get on the server and make them. I just haven't made my brew and situation yet. There's a wild kakuna in chat. Kakuna? Probably I said that weird the first time. And then we've got the loom stuff for banners. Which downstairs is like a whole thing of banners. So like maybe you come up here to copy it all, and got water and stuff to do that with. And then downstairs is the storage room and mail room, right? We each have our houses here at spawn still technically. But like this is the area. It's like our mailboxes. Kakuna, like Hakuna Matata. Okay. I added extra syllables in there for some reason. This is like the community storage room to like offload things when we go exploring together and have ridiculous amounts of it. We all have like a bazillion backpacks full of things. We just dump it there and sort it later, and then if we want any of it, we come back for it. But there's definitely little bits of lore here and there that I'm working on. Realizing all the new copper lanterns can look like different cups and bottles. Yeah, I'm so excited. So the reason I ended up in the Mystic Grove rather, is because I really like the color of the water, but because my character and the grass and trees, I was torn between a couple different biomes. And those of you who maybe watched the first little bit of this server will remember. I was like, I don't know which one I would do. I don't know, because like, do I do it with purple plains or do I do this? Like, I still hadn't decided yet. I needed to find one of these I really liked also, which is this one's, as you can see, 9,000 blocks in one direction out from spawn. So the purple water and like the blue, very blue forest is very me, but also like the purple water kind of plays into the paint, the art, because the colors are, escaping out. So that's why this place is really colorful. Didn't let the butterfly out. Okay, good. The allays are probably all stuck again. Look at them being stuck. Silly gooses. Oh, not all of them are stuck. That one's not stuck. I've given up on putting these guys on the bird things because the butterflies just knock them off. Oh, look! There's the stick bug. And the parrots. I think I almost have all the birds. I think I might have some. Well, I don't have all the parrots, but I think I have all the different types of birds. I think. But like that's why this place is also very colorful, is because I wanted to just lean into like the different colors. And like this house was one of the first things I built, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to use a bunch of different colors of wood because these are pretty. Like, even though I can't eat, like I'm playing around with the food mod. Ooh, around, I think. Wait, did Canadian Thanksgiving already happen? Or is that about to happen? Because we should do a Thanksgiving event somewhere like between the two. Or we can just do it twice. That would be fun. We could do like a whole thing. Make a feast. I can make a chicken. A roast chicken and stuff. It would be fun. No? Something happened. What was it? Oh no, that was Victoria Day, wasn't it? October, you think? Yeah, it was like October 9th. Ish. But it's not happened yet. I didn't think so. There was something else that happened. That you went to visit family. It was a holiday. Maybe it was somebody's birthday. I don't know. It's like I don't think it's yet, because you would think I would know, because I had to put it on calendars. Oh, the nice thing about this mod set, though, I will say, is being able to do this to the villagers, and they still kind of work. Hello. So I don't really even need this. I need this on the door to keep the zombies out. But they're trapped on their chairs. But the Mystic Grove is very magical, so I'm adding in these trees. I'm changing the wood, this mushroom. These are from the end. I'm changing them to the dragon wood. But they're, let's see, they're originally this wood, but I rebuilt 2 or 3 of them already. Working on that. I'm gonna put in a bunch of groves of 2 tall flowers because obviously I need all the colors to. Also, I want to fix that. All the colors to make my paints with, right? So like I'm doing that. I have over here, you've got the sheep because I need wool for making paintings. There are also chickens and sniffers in here because, well, I'm taking advantage of the fact that I have these all over the place already for the sheep. Okay, newsflash, you can feed pitcher pod seeds to chickens. Cool. It's good to know. Yeah, I built this area and then I decorated it eventually. I think I built the barn right away. Ooh, we can grow some more of these. Excuse me. Pardon. I need to grow my flowers. Danko. It's not happened yet. Okay. Thank goodness, because I feel like that'd be fun. So yeah, the sniffers get to hang out here. Thanks to Dragon for giving me one of them, and then I gave him back. He has one in. If he hasn't picked it up already, he has one in his chest. I think he got it out of his mailbox. But I built this little barn out of like this really willow wood. This is really pretty. And so yeah, like the idea is I'm going to build an area with like some more of automated brewing. Not fully automated, but a little bit more automated. And it's like I'm gonna make it feel even more magical with some more floating islands and like the trees, and like I'm gonna put more of the mushrooms, like the more of these trees, more of these mushrooms around. So it's not all the cyan and blue. And I'm also gonna put more of those trees around those bigger. These are end trees. I don't remember what they're called, but for reference, for those who may have seen, like I have like 10,000 dark oak leaves. Those right there are why. And I want to know why. Because whoever made this mod that has these trees in it built the trees, then placed the leaves themselves, or something. Because when you break the dark oak logs, the leaves don't decay. I learned that the hard way the first 2 I took down. Because I took some of the leaves. But then, because I had to get to, it's easier to break the leaves with the shears to get to the logs. Or break them with a hoe or whatever to get to the logs with trees like that. So I'd broken a lot of them, but not all of them. And then I went to break up, I made sure I cut it off from all the other trees. Went to take down the other one, and the leaves still hadn't decayed. And I was like, crap. Now I have to get all those floating leaves. So now I treat it like a mangrove tree, where you just start from the bottom and you just break it layer by like 3 layers at a time or whatever. And you break all the leaves and you break the logs and you break the leaves and the logs at the same time. No more floating leaves. But yeah, that's why I have so many dark oak leaves. It's like, well, it's faster. But yeah, and I intend to bring some of these fields around some more of these areas now. I was debating about whether I was going to build like a temple here, but I'm not going to do that. And build some more villager areas around. Got my nether portal, which I redesigned. I just spent a stream trying to design like a break through the dimension door, and then I put together the spawn decoration one, and I was like, actually, no, we'll do this. We'll do this instead. It's like it's barely tethered to the ground. It's crumbling, but it's here. It's tethered. It's started to float away, but it hasn't floated away completely. So yeah, it's gonna be very art focused. I'm intending to build like an art gallery or an art building and an art gallery, probably, and like an archaeology spot, and like I said, the potion building. But and this was a concept I had here. This, like how close this is. It originally was going to come out of the house. I decided I wanted a little bit of space. Like the greenhouse house experiment place was intended to be kind of like all one quadrant. section, like one flowing build. I have a sketch. I might have gotten rid of it. I had a sketch out of how I wanted to lay it out originally. So yeah, the greenhouse with all the different plants next to my little like brewing place, my little like potion experiment room, which is for function. It functions as well as it looks pretty, but I do want to build something a little bit faster because every time I'm in here I got like 3 brewing stands on the ground doing all the different layers. I put some more of the cats just in this tower because you know, because witches in Minecraft always have the black cats, I'm trying to put black cats around the base area. And then I built this little thing up here at some point just so that there was more plants up here. But yeah, there's little bits and pieces of lore, like Dragon and Surge have a little bit of lore between them and like what their characters technically are. But for me, it has mostly been for the lore. It's stories about like how I come up with the ideas or how I shape the ideas of my builds. It often comes after or like during. It's like, oh, you know what else we need? And so I had been thinking about like how I wanted to put something bigger here, like maybe a reason. But it's like I don't want to build a bigger house because I like my house, and I don't need a bigger storage room. And like, it's cute. I like it the way it is. It's like, so why is my character in this forest? Why are there people in this forest? Why do witches like to spawn in this forest? And I was slightly inspired by like the mods tendency to put like stone like altar thingies always where there are gonna be witches. Partly inspired just by other things. And I was thinking, and I was like, you know, this would be a fun world to have like a reference to all the different characters of the Guardian like legacy situation in one place. Especially with the straw statues mod. So that's what this is. Originally it was going to be inside like a building. It was going to be like the Council of Clara's or something silly. But now it's more of a monument to all the stories. I like this is a magic thing maybe. And that's maybe why this village and farm kind of grew up here, is to protect this or to raise this up to begin with. I did kind of design it so it kind of looked like it was falling apart. But I mean, no, I'm kind of debating whether I want to put like a kind of open air but arch situation over this. I don't know. I haven't decided that yet. If you hadn't noticed, I improv a lot. It's just how I build. I do pre-plan things every once in a while, but most of the time I do not. I like that. I want to put some of those guys around. But yeah. So this is a iteration of the Guardian statue from Parlor Season 1, where there will be little gifts and things at this thing, and there'll be a written book explaining like some of the legend. I may even pull the original text and kind of like work with that. But I have some really fun ideas. And the cool thing about this one is, as well as Cookie, is these are, at least for the moment, we're considering them as forever worlds. Also, I should do that. So I have as much time as I want. And like I have plans for a build to like about one of my favorite Minecraft lore series. Is like I have like some characters that I really loved especially last year. It was like almost 2 years ago now, but just crazy that was what happened. But I have a plan to do that build. I have a plan for like a very fun like spooky, possibly like Victorian or Gothic like build maybe in the like spooky purple and black and wither rose forest. Like I've got ideas, but I'm gonna focus on this bit a little bit first. So yeah, and the other bit is the andesite is kind of like because I did the original uh waypoints in andesite, like I did mine here in andesite. I kind of decided that that was going to be what this was going to be built out of as well. Kind of like tie them all together. So I will at least do pillars probably with some floaty bits, some amethyst. But you know, I haven't. It's fully not fully fleshed out yet, and that's okay. As a lot to not be fully fleshed out yet. But it is also 10 o'clock. So we won't get to finish this today. Because I decided to yap for like 2 hours. Or longer, so given that we're going on 4 hours for stream. There's a rapid dash in the stream if anyone wants to catch it. I hit that twice. Yeah, you know what? I want to look at this, and my computer's gonna yell at me, but it's fine. Hold on. Oh, my computer won't yell at me. Minecraft might. Oh, actually, no, it didn't take that long to load. I'll look at this in shaders just to kind of see. Yeah, I think this is gonna look cool. I mean, it already looks cool, but it's definitely going the direction I wanted to go. I wanted it to be sunken down a little after like I decided what it was going to be. And I like how it looks on the map as well. I think it really does work. Like I intend to expand out into here and over to here and stuff. I have ideas. But I wanted an area of this biome. This is actually really big. I picked an area of it that was pretty dense, so like I could be surrounded by the purple water and be surrounded by the forest. And I like the idea of an island, so I decided to be on an island. A what? What? You caught it. Wait, you were the only one who didn't catch it? Rude. I was like, what are we worrying about? And then I realized, oh yeah, see, that looks so cool. We want to see it at night? I'll show you a trick. Also, these posters are around because I need food. Yes, I know. Hold on. Let me sleep away the day. You've been scammed? Yeah. I wonder if it's because the rest of us did Ultra Balls and you only did a normal. Is that why? I don't know. Sometimes I worry that when I do that, and I always just do the Ultra Ball because that's what I have on my stream, my stream deck, that it then means that I'm the only one who gets to catch it, which I think would be sad. Oh, and that the origin is why I have the particles around me. Thankfully, Surge was able to edit the original file, so they don't go off as often. This place looks pretty. Thank you. You reckon you're just bad? Sometimes it's just mean, to be honest. Like, there are nights where Mousy won't catch a single thing. Or, like, one of us won't catch a single thing. And then there are nights when, like, Dragonspot, like, afternoons usually, where Dragonspot lets me catch everything in his chat. And I'm just like... Yeah, I really like the glowing bit underneath the shroom trees. I was so excited when I saw those. I was like, I know what I'm gonna do. It's like, it creates, like, an atmosphere. Because originally there's only the dark oak and the normal oak. That's not even a dark oak. There was the dark oak. Well, I can actually just show you. Like, normally, we fly a little past where I did things. This is what it looks like. There's red mushrooms, oak trees. I think those are flowering oak, but I don't remember if I placed the flowering oak ones or not. Flowering oak and the mystic wood. That's like it. So I have added quite a bit to the foliage. Just like your actual Pokemon catching odds, you're on your knees. It feels so ethereal and there's such a sense of wonder. Yeah, I really like it. I'm enjoying the build. I'm enjoying the modded part of it. Like the slight challenge of being, you know, more vulnerable to fire and only eating paintings. Not even eating paintings, have to be around them. Everybody gets free decorations when I'm around. Looks the same feeling as looking up on a clear night and seeing the Milky Way. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. Also, like, a lot of the mods are really fun. We've had Dragon, Massey, Serge, and I have had a lot of fun just exploring and playing things and fighting and decorating. Like Dragon's base is really cool. You should see that sometime. Not mine to show off, but it looks really cool. He emptied out a dungeon. Well, peeked behind the curtain. We kind of removed all the spawners because that dungeon would have been way too hard to do early on. We cleaned up the spawners so that he could build inside this really cool dungeon building, and it looks really cool. And I'm excited to see what all he ends up doing with it. And like the villager area is really fun. We've had a lot of fun doing that. And Mousie's build is also really cool. I don't think it's been seen much on any streams, but like Mousie's build is fun, and Surge's build is really fun. So we're just having fun over here. And it was a good change up from vanilla Minecraft. I think the main reason I'm not currently playing as much Minecraft is because I got stuck. I got stuck on this server what I was gonna build next, which now I've unstuck myself, so that's fixed. And with Archeo SMP, I'm kind of in a holding pattern until the Happy Gas, probably. Or I pull the trigger on the gold farm. Or I may just not pull the trigger on the gold farm. I may just build the tower. Just deal with what I have. We'll see. I haven't decided yet. But, yeah. Slowly getting back into Archeo SMP stuff. I want to see maybe if everybody wants to do, like, a group mining exploring session, or maybe a group archaeology session, because I know there's a trail ruins that Dragon and I had marked out that we wanted to do at some point. I don't know. I feel like it's been a kind of a off season for a lot of people on the server, so it would be fun to see if we could, with maybe updating and stuff, if we could get together and do some stuff. That would be fun. Yeah. And like, I want to coordinate to at some point be on the same time as Ren is on again, because we only really did that like twice. It's like my main interaction with them in the last few months in game has been, putting cookies all over their base. So it would be fun to like actually hang out. Yeah, lots of. I have some fun plans for Archeo SMP Season 3 if that ever happens, or if this becomes an eternal season for a turn in this season. Who knows? I doubt that's going to happen because I feel like there's going to be a point where we need to restart to get everybody ready and excited again. But a lot of people are not done with their ideas yet, so we have time, I think. They want to as well. I know. Time zones, and I have to work, and they have to work, and that. Now that summer's slowing down, maybe around more to help build things. Ooh. You stop being sick, you'll actually organize the project I spoke to you and Dragon about. Yeah. Time zones, And like, that's the hard part about organizing things, especially on like Archeo SMP is, and like with you guys, is because it's just like, somebody either has to like get up at stupid o'clock, or like there's a point at which it's like, well, I could just take a day off and get up at stupid o'clock instead of going to work at getting up to go to work. I could get up to hang out. Like then weekends, but then sometimes people work weekends. It's like one of the hard parts with our D&D group is like not with my IRL D&D group because we've all kind of carved out a time, but we're all kind of also in similar situations with our work and stuff. But it's hard because some people in our D&D group work weekends, some people have stuff going on, just figuring that out. Dragon is awesome and has figured out that for the most part, but it's still like one of those things like, oh, well, all of a sudden now I'm working this weekend. Whoops. The one of our guys in the IRL group also is having fun work time because his work has got him on a crazy schedule, so that means he's like exhausted when we play. Normally that because I think he's like on like slightly like not night shift but like slightly night shift and yeah. It's a bit much because it's you two versus me. You'll just stay up a bit later on the weekend. We can talk about it because realistically also it depends whether you would prefer being up in the morning, because us staying up late on a weekend is not the craziest thing. I mean, I guess I'm speaking for Dragon, but just on it, it really does also depend on the day, to be fair. We'll figure it out. We need to start a group chat and figure it out once it gets a little less busy. Or you could just start the group chat now, but yeah, I think with summer calming down and maybe us updating to a new update, ArcUSMP may. We shall talk later. Yee. So that'll be fun. I have plans, depending on the length of the server. With enough notice, you can adjust bills and sleep. And I will just drink extra coffee. Whichever way it swings, I'll drink extra coffee. Whether I'm getting up early or going to bed late, I will just drink more caffeine and sugar and playing around it. Yeah, I think we've got some stuff going on that'll be fun. And I also think Dragon and I are cooking up some fun things for streaming too. Speaking of streaming, I should be ending, but also, we are streaming tomorrow. I think we've decided on Coral Island. As much fun as the working on the cave would be, we haven't played Coral Island in a bit, and we're itching to play it again because it's so much fun. Yes. Unless one of us wakes up tomorrow, and it could be any one of us wake up tomorrow and it's like, actually, no, I can't do Coral Island today. Then we might switch to other things. But I believe that is the plan tomorrow at 1 EST, which is in the middle of the night for Nox. But time zones. We love time zones, right? Oh, there's another piece of my artwork, because that's my wizard in her, not her current form, but her pre-battle scar form. I believe I posted in my Discord at some point. I can always repost it with the time zones. I know. That's why the VOD channel exists in part. But thank you everybody for hanging out and you know, tolerating / enjoying maybe the long the long lore rant. At some point maybe I should put together like a whole like post on my vlog about it, so I could just be like, here, look at lore. There's the lore timeline. But I've got another timeline I gotta work on. I kind of half volunteered myself to put together a D&D timeline for our campaign. So I need to get that figured out. It's fascinating to listen to. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been doing storytelling for a long time. To mostly myself. So. It's nice every once in a while to be able to share the things that happen in my head. He's like, it's not just me that now, like now you all know about the 4th dimension. Yeah, my character fought a creature in the 4th dimension. That happened. Thank you for stories and stream. Thank you guys all for hanging out and for all the things and for the sub earlier. And the stream streaks too. Quite a few. We're snoozing that. No, we're not doing add a minute in a minute. Nope. I'm ending. That's not allowed. Been enlightened. Hopefully in a good way. Yeah, I do lots of art. I'm actually drawing some stuff right now, and I had a fun time on Tuesday because I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna draw. Because on Tuesdays before my IRL D&D every other week, I have like where I work and where I go to D&D are really close together. But then my house is like on far like if I went home and then went to D&D, I'd spend like an extra hour driving, especially in rush hour. I basically get home for like 20 minutes, turn around and have to start driving again. Sub, now you're hungry? Mm-hmm. Sorry. Uh, so I just go to the Starbucks near my work that's only 15 minutes away from where I play D&D, and I hang out for a few hours and draw and hang out with Serge when he's off work. You want to talk about, now that you mentioned hunger, but like that's an hour away. Oof. So I have every other Tuesday I have dedicated art time. And this last week I was like, I don't know what I want to work on. Cause like I have a bunch of projects, but I'm like, I don't really feel like working on anything. And I was like, wait, I have fun kitchen clutter to work on. On the illustration for one of my D&D things. So yeah, I had fun putting together like some sugar and flour and stuff in a kitchen and some books on a bookshelf. Subway, it's 5-minute walk if it's open. We don't really have Taco Bell here. It's just starting to branch out. Oh. Yeah, but an hour away is enough. Maybe you go get KFC. There you go. If you like KFC, that is. I'm looking, and I'm gonna actually read the list even though I've looked at it like 3 times. Okay, I don't see anybody to raid. Yes, I'll eat an M&M, and I'm gonna put it right here. At 2. I'll eat it after stream though. Yeah, it's either down the coast or in the CBD somewhere. Okay. Yeah, the closest area to us that has like anything like food is 15 minutes. It's 15 minutes when there's no traffic. That's where I work. It's so I know that when it's traffic, it's closer to 30 minutes. It's great. We love rush hour traffic. So much fun. And I'm not even going the busy direction. The other direction is the busy direction. My goodness. But yeah, I have fun drawing every other week usually. There's been a couple weeks where I've sat there and not drawn for very long because I get stuck. But yeah, I have lots of little art pieces I've done over the years. Another day I could show you a bunch, but I'm not gonna do that now. Anyway, night chat. See some of you tomorrow. Hopefully, maybe, possibly, for some more Coral Island Chaos. I don't know. The rest of the week, I'm not entirely sure what I'm up to. I thought I was gonna stream on Wednesday. I thought until Wednesday, like right before stream, I thought I was streaming, and then mood happened. So yeah, I'm very close to going to bed, Nox. But yeah, I'm gonna go hang out with people for a little bit and then go to bed. Night chat. Bye.